consistently always a top 5 running back. And that definitely is going to help his Hall of Fame case when it comes around. And to that point, Bill Barnwell of ESPN.com pointed at predictions for who he thinks will be the next 10 classes of NFL football Hall of Famers. Doesn't have anybody listed for this next class coming up, the class of 25. He predicts Eli Manning, Antonio Gates, Terrell Suggs, Jared Allen, Adam Vinatieri. Says he thinks Marshawn Lynch will miss the first cut. Marshall Yanda, Ryan Khalil, Luke Kuechly, Aqib Talib, and Earl Thomas will all miss the 25 cut. However, in 2026, he thinks it's going to be Niner Nation out there strong. Brendan, want to get your thoughts on the
home for a couple of weeks, so that's always a good time.
Okay.
Half the family is out of town, but my day starts early with my show, so I'm at the studio at 4:30, doing that till 9 a.m., and then getting in the car and jumping up 99. Nice to see accidents, nice to see road construction. They can't do this stuff at night, can they? They got to do it right in the middle of the day.
Welcome to California, right?
That's it.
How long of a drive is that normally?
Normally 240, 230, 2.5 hours, something like that.
Okay.
But this added, not that I was counting, but this added 56 minutes to my drive today.
All right. So if around the 3 o'clock hour, 4 o'clock hour, some of your takes are kind of wonky, a little wacky, I can, forgive you for that.
Yeah,
right? We got an excuse.
That's it, man. If I'm talking about Brandon Aiyuk going to the Premier League, then you know something's wrong.
Right, exactly. All right, yeah, we're going to have Rod Brooks coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll also get into the latest on Lauri Markanen. This is huge news regarding the Sacramento Kings. Just how close were the Kings to acquiring Lauri Markanen? He would have been a game changer for Sacramento.
You look at De'Aaron Fox, you look at DeMar DeRozan, and if Markkanen comes here, suddenly you have the requisite, the three big guns on a team that can suddenly elevate you from the first or second round of the playoffs to the NBA Finals. At least I think so.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're going to talk about that coming up in just a little bit. But I got to tell you about my weekend.
Please.
Had the kids all weekend. And, people at home listening, driving right now on the YouTube chat, I see you guys. I love my kids. I'll do anything for my kids.
Of course.
But I might have set the bar kind of high this weekend.
Do tell.
I did. My daughter had a sleepover, but it just wasn't a normal sleepover. It was a surprise sleepover. And I went through this group, Happy NorCal, Glamping NorCal. And it was a Taylor Swift themed sleepover. It was a surprise. Yeah, you can play that, Jay. You can play that Taylor Swift.
It's gonna be on Whisper, but I'm gonna play it for you.
And Jay's down with Taylor, right?
He's a closet Taylor Swift fan. He's a closet Swiftie back there.
There it is.
But so I surprised her on Saturday. She had cheer practice from 9 to 3.
Okay.
She was tired. She was gassed. She's like, Dad, I just want to rest. But when I opened the door and she walked in, Jay, we got that? You got to hear her reaction because I know she's a big Swiftie. We haven't been to the concert yet. I'm thinking about taking her to a concert in Vancouver maybe or somebody else because I'm all about making memories.
How old
with
is she?
My daughter. She's 12 years old.
She's 12, okay.
Going into 7th grade.
Okay.
So that's like prime Swiftie age.
Yes, it is.
And I put it out on Twitter. I'm a Swiftie also.
All right.
I'm a 49-year-old man. I grew up in
I'd fist pound you right now because I'm right there with you.
Are you a Swiftie?
Oh, heck yes.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
My daughter
Really?
is my 20-year-old. She got me into it. My friends, I'm right there.
Yes.
Right there.
I'm
Sorry,
with
Jay.
you. But here's the thing. I grew up in Philly. I grew up in the age of hip hop. I was a Run DMC, Public Enemy, NWA fan. But when some Taylor Swift comes on, I'm a different kind of dude because I'm a girl dad now. And if my girl likes it, I like it as well.
That's it.
So I had this sleepover plan. I had 3 of her girlfriends. They all knew it was happening. It was Saturday at 4:30. So I bring my daughter over to the house at about 4 o'clock. I open up the door, and her and my son, they walk in, and listen to her reaction when she found out what it was.
Gotta see the visuals though.
Yeah.
That just paid for everything that you paid for.
Right.
That is what you want.
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly. And you know what? I don't do these things to get props from people.
Yeah.
I do it because I love my daughter. Happy Glamping NorCal. Check them out on Instagram. That's where I posted that video. It's also on Twitter. But the amount of reaction I got from people saying, Drapes, awesome dad. You're the best dad ever. That's awesome. I'm looking at him now. Dad of the year. You're a parent.
Yes.
That's all you can ask for, man. Just that love that you get.
That's it.
Because you love your kids.
You love your kids. We want to make a better life for our kids than we had growing up. Not that we had bad lives.
Right.
I did my time in Philly, as you and I talked about earlier. But what you have to look for is your 12-year-old daughter, is she the oldest?
No, I have a 15-year-old son.
Oh, okay.
Also, yeah.
Because what you're looking for now is as they get older, they get to college, you start getting the calls at 11:30 at night saying, "Hey, Daddy, I'm just wondering, is it okay if I DoorDash?" And,
right.
And what am I going to say? Am I going to say, "No, honey, you can't eat"? Of course you can eat. But that's what you want. You want those kinds of comments from listeners, from friends, and you also want the parents when the 12-year-old daughter of Kyle goes to someone's house and they say, "Oh man, your daughter's great. She comes in, she did all the dishes, she vacuumed, and she set up the new movie projection system."
Right, exactly. And here's the thing: like, I had some parents over. I said, "Parents, you got to check out this setup." They're a little upset with me though. They're like, "Kyle, you raised the bar. We don't, it just can't be a normal sleepover nowadays. You know what I mean? You got to go all out." But as you know, for our kids, we will do a little bit of everything, and whatever we can do. And, some people may say, they're spoiled. Like my daughter, I'm sure she'll text me sometime this afternoon, "Dad, can you put money back on the Starbucks card?"
That's it.
Because she pays for her friends and, to go to Starbucks. But that's my little girl. I can't say no, right?
No, you don't say no. And the thing about Taylor Swift, it has become, I know you guys have talked about that up here. Yeah. It has become fashionable to find any way you can to rip on her. And I look at her and I think to myself, she's given $100,000 checks to all of her road crew, especially her truckers. She's doing good things in every town she goes to. She is all about kindness. I'm about that. You're about that. Yes. Jay, I know, is about that. What is wrong with that?
Well, here's the thing. Jay's steaming over there because he's upset. He doesn't understand the Taylor Swift phenomenon. But you know what? I feel like you said, there's a lot of haters out there. I like her music. I like what she does, like you said, in the community as well. And if it makes Quinn Draper happy, it makes me happy.
That's exactly right. I could watch the video Lover from now until eternity and be a happy man.
Exactly. All right, we're going to get into this Brandon Aiyuk situation. You grew up on the East Coast just like I did.
Went to high school there.
Went to high school, outside of Philly.
Harold Carmichael, Wilbert
Yes. Randall Cunningham, Jaws,
Bill
Ron Jaworski. Yep. Are you still an Eagles fan?
I'm more of a Bears fan because that's where I'm from, but I love the Eagles. I love the Eagles. I think Jalen Hurts takes way too much criticism from Philly fans. Of course, if the sun goes behind a cloud, Philly fans are ticked off. So,
All right. Because I ask you that because clearly we're here in Niners country, and I feel like at times I'm the only Eagles fan. I'm the only dandelion in a sea full of roses. I'm sticking out. Everybody trying to pull the weed out, but I'm like, I'm standing the ground.
I'm here to push you up. Okay. I'm here to support you. Yeah.
I like that. All right, coming up in about 2 minutes, we're going to get into this Brandon Aiyuk situation. A lot is going on social media right now. Last week, we supposedly were close to a deal between Aiyuk and the 49ers. Right. Today, are we close to a trade? I have the latest. Plus, we have our guest, Rod Brooks, coming up at the bottom of the hour. You're listening to The Drive, guys. It's Drapes and CG here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Michael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And, of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your afternoon home for Kings Talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Back here on the Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports, 1140. Drapes and CG holding it down here till 6 o'clock, monitoring the latest developments on Brandon Aiyuk. And CG, you're a veteran broadcaster. You know how this is. Stuff is flying out there on social media right now. Has a deal been made between the Niners and the Steelers? No confirmation yet, but I will let you know, Matt Mayoko, the noted, respected journalist down there at NBC Sports Bay Area, he did tweet out yesterday, I've stated for a while that I didn't see any scenario in which the 49ers would trade him. Now, he says, I believe it's a legitimate option. In a lot of ways, the ball is in Aiyuk's court. What do you make of some of the developments we're hearing today? How are you feeling about this? My sense, and this is just me reading the tea leaves, it seems like we are heading for a divorce between the Niners and Aiyuk.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Kyle. I absolutely. I thought that you and I talked before the program of what is the most important thing for Brandon Aiyuk. Is it getting in an offense, staying in an offense where he's getting touches, where he's getting the respect in the room and outside of the room, where he's getting the money that he feels he deserves? I don't think anybody's going to question that he deserves the money. Where I look at this, and maybe it's a little bit too much of an old school attitude, is he's on a team now, not breaking news for you or anybody, that is Super Bowl ready. And they haven't gotten the big prize until at the very end, but he's there. If he goes to a Pittsburgh Steelers team, a team that was 10-7 last year, that's a good team. I don't think, well, he's going to make them a lot better, make them a lot better. But it seems like sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire. And for me, none of this surprises me. And I think at the end of the day, either literally or figuratively, I think he's going to be out of here.
Well, and I agree with you on that. And, you may be right about going to Pittsburgh, not going to win the Super Bowl. Clearly, the Niners are the favorites. We know that. But I think when it comes to Aiyuk, I think when you look at it, it's more about respect. Because here's why. The Niners reportedly offered 26. Aiyuk's watching Amon-Ra St. Brown get paid. He's watching all these other guys get paid. And he's saying, what about me? I believe even though he's a #1 wide receiver on the Niners, they don't view him as a #1 receiver in the NFL. He's not a Justin Jefferson. He's not a Tyreek Hill. So while he may see all these guys getting $30+ million, in John Lynch's mind, he's saying, dude, you're not them. Yeah. And here's your 26. And I maintain, and I readily admit, everybody out there listening right now, I'm not a Niners fan. I'm going to blame John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan for this. Jay, I know I'm a hater. You know I'm going to go there. But here's the thing. I believe without Aiyuk, the Niners Super Bowl chances take a hit. Now, if he is traded, I got to see what they get back, the kind of package and everything like that. But I think his value is more than just 1,000 yards on the season, more than just 13 touchdowns or whatever it is. The blocking, some of the intangibles, being a quiet soldier in the locker room with big name personalities like a Deebo Samuel, a Trent Williams, and things like that. And so I think this would be a huge loss for the Niners.
You know, you hit on something there that I think is really key, and that is, for my money, there are few wide receivers in the National Football League that are better downfield blockers than Brandon Aiyuk. And not only is he great at that, but he hurts people, and I love that. My question to you, maybe go devil's advocate a little bit. You're looking at John Lynch. Is he looking at the wide receiver room, Kyle, and is he saying, you know what? If we lose Aiyuk, I don't feel our chemistry is going to be hurt all that bad. We got character guys in this room now. We've got productivity. We're going to figure out a way to replace him. But that brings me to the other point, which is what you said. I think that when you look at the productivity that goes down, does him leaving, does it exponentially drop their chances of being where they are at presently as a Super Bowl contender?
Well, I think when you look at the Niners, you know, the sum is greater than the total of the parts. You know, Aiyuk is a good soldier, not complaining about targets or anything like that. The dude just wants to be paid like a number one receiver, and on this roster, he is. To your point, however, when you look at a guy like Deebo Samuel and a guy like versus Aiyuk, Deebo, when you talk about the culture, the fit in the locker room, the swagger that the organization plays with, I think a lot of people agree that this time next year, they're going to have to make a choice, either Aiyuk or Deebo. You can't have two 23, 24, up to $30 million wide receivers. And the question is, if you're John Lynch and Shanahan, does Deebo and his value and what he brings to the locker room, to the organization, outweigh Aiyuk? Can you go out there and find another Aiyuk, but you can't find another Deebo? Yeah,
that's a great point. And it shows the complexity of how hard it is to get to a team like the Chiefs, where they've had all these weapons. Then they lose a guy like Tyreek Hill, and they still find a way to figure it out and get it done. I don't know that you can ever have a wealth of riches, but you have to have the kind of guys, no matter how much we like their productivity on the field, you have to have a group of guys that understand there's going to be some ebb and flow. There's, somebody else is going to get more touches one game. Maybe you're going to get more touches the next game. And can this group of guys find that balance with him or without him?
Would you trade Brandon Aiyuk at this situation? Knowing everything, knowing he wants close to $30 million, knowing you're going to have to make a decision next year, how would you handle the Aiyuk situation?
I like my team better with Brandon Aiyuk. I like him in there, but if I'm the GM, I'm saying to myself, I'm saying to him, can we make you happy with something a little less than what you're asking for? Can we do that? Or can we add a year to this deal? Can we do something? Can we meet in the middle to give us a little bit of something? You give up a little bit of something. I like him on the team more than I like him on the Steelers or wherever he were to go.
Right. And the thing about the Niners is,
what would you do? Sorry. What
would I do?
Yeah.
I would trade Aiyuk.
Okay.
I would either pay Aiyuk or I would trade Aiyuk. Yeah. Here's the thing about it. The more this drags along, let's say you do decide to trade him, you got to give him time to catch up with his new team, adjust to his new team. So if I'm Aiyuk, I want something done sooner rather than later. If it came down to it, I would pay Brandon Aiyuk. Yeah. He's been a good soldier. He's a great blocker that we talked about. He's younger than Deebo, 26 years old. His prime is still ahead of him. And we're going to hear from Michael Lombardi and some of the guys coming up later. I believe Aiyuk actually has a little bit of leverage. And I didn't think of it before, today, because I thought, man, the Niners could just franchise tag him next year. He's under contract. But the dude is sitting out training camp, or sitting in, I guess they call it now.
Right.
And you don't want a malcontent or somebody's unhappy going into the season. I think Brandon Aiyuk has done everything they've asked for, and I understand NFL is a business. But 26? To me, that's lowballing him. I would try to meet him somewhere 28, 29.
See, I'm at your number as well. And the other part of this, listen, players will, when you ask players in the room, when I was back in the Midwest, we would ask guys in the Vikings, when somebody was having a team that I covered, your guy's up for a contract, and other guys like, I don't want to talk about it. But at what point, Kyle, does Shanahan or John Lynch say to Christian McCaffrey, hey, you know what? Maybe have a conversation. Have a conversation with Brandon. I know that the money is different everything, but maybe sometimes you get your teammates of value, your marquee teammates, to take them aside, have a cup of coffee or a beverage and say, we need you here, man. We need you here. We want you here.
But CG, you know better than that. The players you're trying to be you know better than that. The players understand what's going on.
Absolutely.
They understand it's a business.
Yep.
And when you talk to players, I'm an NBA guy, they all say we want our guys to get their money.
Yeah.
Like, if you feel like you deserve this, go get it. And we're not going to step. And if Kyle and John tried to use his teammates to sort of negotiate for them, that's a bad look on the Niners.
Yeah, I'm just trying to build my case.
All right. Did I already shoot it down already?
It might have crashed and burned right over there.
916-339-1140. Call us up right now, 916-339-1140. Would you trade Brandon Aiyuk right now? And we're going to get into what kind of package also could you receive. Here's why I think the Niners have misplayed this, though, CG. Aiyuk's been wanting a deal all offseason. Draft time, he wanted a new deal. We knew we were coming to this point. Right. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan understood this could potentially happen. Now we're seeing wide receiver after wide receiver get paid. And we talked about it with Jay a couple of weeks ago. The market keeps going up. Like, if you were really going to keep this guy, don't you make your best offer early? Don't you try to wrap him up early before everybody else starts getting paid? 28, 26, 3 months ago might have got it done, but now it doesn't.
Yeah, and you wonder, because you and I, we've been watching all this stuff all over social media just blowing up like crazy, and you look for your sources, the people that you go to see what are they saying. Mm-hmm. But I just wonder if there is truth, if this is legit. I wonder if Brandon Aiyuk finally hit the wall and said essentially what you just said. Hey, you know what? You know where to find me. You know where I've been. You know how to reach me. We haven't talked until now. And now you're hearing stuff with some other teams, and now you're coming running.
Right.
You know what? I'm going to be running east. Maybe he finally hit the wall and said, I'm done.
Yeah, I want to do this exercise right now, and people can hit us up, 916-339-1140. Would you trade Brandon Aiyuk right now? I look at the contracts being handed out among NFL receivers. Justin Jefferson, clearly the best receiver.
Fantastic.
Best receiver.
Yeah.
I'm not. If I'm Aiyuk, I'm not asking for 35. A.J. Brown, 32. I think A.J.'s better than Brandon Aiyuk. Now you get into Amon-Ra St. Brown at 30.
Mm-hmm.
I think Aiyuk's in that category. Not Tyreek Hill. I think Tyreek Hill is in a class by himself. He's at $30 million. But Brandon Aiyuk, to me, is better than Jalen Waddle.
Oh, there's no doubt.
28.25.
There's no doubt.
And so the Niners want Aiyuk to take below market value, because there are reports out there that at least two teams are willing to pay him $30 million, but yet they're paying CMC. You know, they're going to pony up the money for Brock Purdy and make him a $60 million man. Trent Williams is going to get paid. Even though he's holding out, that'll get taken care of. And so if I'm Aiyuk, I'm like, all right, it's my turn, guys. You know, like, pay me. And the feeling is the Niners are saying, Aiyuk, you're not CMC. You're not Trent Williams. You're not Kittle. You're, a step below them. And we're going to play hardball with you.
And that brings us back to the opening of this, and that is respect. That's the big word, is respect. And maybe he's going to say, you know what, you've come close to my number, but I still feel disrespected. I want to go somewhere where they're going to respect me.
Right, exactly. All right, coming up in a minute, we're going to talk to Rod Brooks, NBC Sports Bay Area Niners insider. He's an analyst on their pre- and post-game show, connected to the squad. Late-breaking Brandon Aiyuk news. If it happens, we will have it here for you. You're listening to The Drive, guys, here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville. We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Got a drain that's clogged up? Or maybe a toilet? Or a faucet that just won't quit leaking? Kenny and Jerry are here from Bell Brothers, and we want you to know that it does make a difference which plumber you call.
At Bell Brothers, we respect your time by showing up when we say we'll be there. Our technicians are all background checked and drug tested, and will greet you with a smile.
They're trained to do the job right the first time, and they carry over 1,000 parts on their trucks, so they won't have to order something and then come back later.
They leave the work area cleaner than they found it, and your final bill will be the same as they quoted. That's why they call us the No Surprise Guys.
So if you need a plumber, it does make a difference who you call. Call Bell Brothers. Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
When your game goes bad, getting back to basics is the quickest way to get on track. Many problems can be traced to forgetting the first lessons a good golf instructor covers: grip, alignment, and posture. If you're not holding the club properly, if you're not aligned to the target, and if you're not in an athletic posture, when you take the club back, you'll have to manipulate it somehow to get it back square to the target. That's when bad things happen. When I find myself leaving shots out to the right, I check my grip on the club. I check to see that I'm holding the club lightly in my fingers and that my hands are close together. Check to see that the V's formed by my thumbs and forefingers point to my right shoulder. Take a practice swing and feel as though the hands are working together and turning over naturally through the impact area. Bad alignment makes a good shot go astray, and bad posture makes it difficult to generate club head speed. If you're having similar problems, a brush up with a PGA professional will get you going again. For Golf to Go, I'm Frank LaRosa.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing, some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Drapes and CG here with you on a Monday afternoon on Sacktown Sports 1140. A lot going on, even for her Monday. You know, I thought we were going to be talking a lot about Markkanen, you know, Team USA in the Olympics, the 3-on-3 squad not medaling. We'll talk about that coming up. But the big story today that we are following is the latest with Brandon Aiyuk, and word that the Niners now may be open to trading Aiyuk. The Pittsburgh Steelers seem to be the front runner. Let's go to our special guest, Rod Brooks, right now. He's on the line with us. NBC Sports Bay Area Niners pre- and post-game analyst, also host of Quality Hang podcast. Rod, you're on with Drapes and CG. How you doing today, man?
Man, I'm doing great, especially with that smooth R&B intro y'all came back and I see what y'all doing on this Monday. Okay.
Hey, man, today has been anything but smooth in Niners Nation. We're following the latest with Brandon Aiyuk. Is he going to be traded? Is he not? Is he going to get a new deal? What's your read on this situation right now?
Well, my read today is the same as it's been all throughout this saga. I still believe he's going to be a Niner. I understand where Brandon Aiyuk is coming from. First and foremost, I'm always going to be an advocate for athletes to get paid. Get it how you live, get as much as you can, because you're a professional athlete for a short amount of time. And it can be a good time, but it's definitely not a long time. Brandon Aiyuk sees himself as, because he is an elite route runner and as an elite pass catcher, he sees himself as one of the best wide receivers in the league. But he also, because of what he does with the Niners and what he means to them, he knows how valuable he is to that franchise because of the way he blocks, which is something you have to do as a Niner wide receiver. So he wants to be compensated like the guy that is important to the team and he feels is one of the best in the league. And he wants to get up near the 30 million plus a year range, but it's really about the guarantees because that's where that's, you get to keep all of that money. That comes to you no matter whether you get cut the next day or not. So Aiyuk is like, listen, I'm that good. I do everything you want. You need to pay me. The Niners aren't going to do it. Well, he would like for other teams to do that. And I think Cleveland is one of those teams where they would gladly pay him $33 million a year. The question is, does he want to go to Cleveland? Because they're not going to the Super Bowl. They're better than they used to be, but they're not the Niners. But he would get in Cleveland what he wants, which is money, and I have no problem with that. And he would also get a bunch more passes a game, more than he gets with the Niners because of the way that offense is structured, the way it's run, and the other weapons on that team. So I get it. I understand it. I just think the Niners situation for him, while it might not be optimal money-wise, I think it's the best situation for him career-wise. This is just my opinion, not telling him what to do. But also, he's kind of in a pickle. He can want to go elsewhere, but the Niners don't have to trade him. And if they do find a trade partner for him that's willing to give him the money he wants, well, Brandon Aiyuk might not want to go there. And so I'm getting Pittsburgh involved. I guess that makes sense to get more interest. But really, I think it's just kind of a lot of noise. I could be wrong, but I just think it's just a situation where it's kind of getting to the point where he has to make a decision. His agent is trying to just get other people in the mix to make it seem like, there's this big, let's put it this way, there's this big desire and demand for him when, quite frankly, as good of a wide receiver as Brandon Aiyuk is, he doesn't really have that many avenues to go down.
Rod, one of the things that we batted around before we had you jump on with us is Kyle asked me, would I trade him or would I keep him? I would keep him. You're much closer to the situation than I am. One of the key components of something like this is the temperature in the room, namely with John Lynch, with Kyle Shanahan. So what is your read? What is the temperature in the room, figuratively speaking, with Brandon Aiyuk and Lynch and with Shanahan?
Well, a couple of things here, and I'll just stay with John Lynch just because of what he used to be, which is a player. He understands these situations. Now, the money is different. It's a little bit different than when he played, but it's all the same. As a player, you're putting your body on the line. You only have a small amount of time, as I mentioned, to get that money, to make that cake. So you're trying to do everything you can to get that money. John Lynch understands that, but he is also the guy who has to put together and maintain a football team that's up to the standards of the organization and the fans, which is a team that contends for a title year in and year out. And, with today's salary cap, it's very hard and very tricky to maintain the window being open for as long as it has been with this current Niner group. So it's business. It's not personal. Everybody understands that. I think John Lynch understands that. Maybe Brandon Aiyuk takes it personally. But even he understands that, hey, they're probably not going to budge from that $26, $27, $28 million because of what they're going to have to do with Trent Williams and what they're eventually going to have to do with what they're going to eventually have to do with Brock Purdy. So it's not getting contentious. Yes, we're talking about millions of dollars, but it's not getting personal. It's not getting snippy. It's just like, hey, man, you could either take this contract we're offering you. I'm speaking as the Niners. You could take this contract we're offering you, or if we find a trade partner that we feel like is right for us, we get the compensation we want and they want to pay you, we can make that happen. But as we're finding out, we don't have that many teams who are willing to dance with them. Or on that fifth-year option, and go with God on that one. You know what I mean? That's the big risk. And I think that's a risk. Who was it? Le'Veon Bell tried it a few years ago, and it didn't necessarily work. Man, guys aren't going to take that risk, really, and guys are not going to miss game checks. So, you still got a month before the season starts. He still has time to get out there on the practice field and get in the football shape. I don't see it getting to a point where he's not going to play for the Niners because he holds out, because he's not going to miss game checks. And the Cleveland thing seems to be the most valuable. Pittsburgh thing, I just don't see it. And what other teams are involved? New England? Why would he go there unless they were able to pay him, let's say, $35 million? But what would be the compensation package the Niners would get back? So it's complicated, but it's not that complicated, right?
Yeah, Rod Brooks, NBC Sports Bay Area and Niners pre- and post-game analyst, host of Quality Hang podcast, joining the Drive Guys here on Sacktown Sports 1140. Rod, it seems like both sides are trying to negotiate through the media. We had reports, and Twitter was abuzz last week, that a deal was close. Now we're hearing that the ball is in Aiyuk's court. Then just over the last hour, a potential trade could be happening. What do you make of the public leaks, I guess, or negotiating through the public and the way this is being handled by both sides?
That anybody with a Twitter account that has a couple of thousand followers can say basically anything they want to. And because we are so starved for football information and information about the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk, that if you phrase something correctly and you push send at the right time, that people will hop on it and it'll get some traction. That's what I think about it.
We were talking, Rod, about one other component of this, and that is touches, money, respect, and winning. And to what you've learned, what you've gained out of this, you mentioned Cleveland. That's one that this morning, at least, and on the way up here, I didn't hear. What element of winning, of going to a team where he can win, where does that play into this, Rod?
You know what? I'm not going to speak for Brandon Aiyuk because I truly don't know what his priority is. My assumption is that it's winning. But let's be honest, man. We've been watching this long enough, and I think between us fellas here talking, and even the people listening, you've probably run across professional athletes, so you know them. The main thing is money, man. It's money, because that's what you sacrifice for. That's what this whole thing has been pointing towards. Yes, you want to win, but generational wealth, which is what we're talking about here. Generational wealth, if it's within reach, I can understand that being important to not just football players, but to athletes of all types across, all sports disciplines. So again, I don't know where truly is priority number one for Brandon Aiyuk, but hey man, if guaranteed, I'm just going to use a easily digestible round number. I'm not saying it is going to be this, because this would be low in my estimation. But if somebody's going to offer you $50 million guaranteed and you can get that, man, you're going to take that. and you'll try to figure out the other stuff later. You'll try to figure out the winning stuff later. So, and that's why bad teams, have to overpay in free agency. Because that's the only way you go get certain athletes to go, yeah, winning is a priority. But, man, I got a chance to see numbers in my bank account that I can't even comprehend. So, I mean, money is always going to be, it's always going to be a number one, man, just because of the money that's at stake.
Hey, Rod Brooks, NBC Sports Bay Area Niners pre- and post-game analyst joining us. It seems like year in and year out, the Niners find themselves in some sort of situation regarding a contract with a big-name player. This year, you have two, Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk. Historically, the Niners have been able to overcome that. Once the season begins, things are fine. How do you see these two situations playing out, and could it impact the season at all?
Well, see, here's the big issue for me, and I've talked about this with people. The big issue, Brandon Aiyuk actually not participating in camp. He's there for meetings, he's there watching practice, but actually out there, getting in football shape, he's not doing that. Now, camp just started, 10 days ago, less than 2 weeks ago. And as I mentioned before, we're still a month away from the season, hadn't even gotten to the first preseason game. That's this weekend. So you still have time to do that. But I mention that because we saw this last year, Nick Bosa. And nobody works out crazier and harder than Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa, 6 weeks before he was actually in football shape. He admitted that. He said that freely, that it took him time to actually get used to playing football. And Nick Bosa, just to simplify what he does, his job is to just go get the quarterback. And it took him 6 weeks for him to get into football shape. And as we know, football shape is way more than just being out there and being explosive. You got to be ready to hit, get up, and do it all over again. So I say all that to say, we had it a little bit with Debo. You've had it with some other guys where when they miss significant portions of training camp, it takes them time to get into football shape. And what happens with receivers, pass catchers, skill position guys, when they don't participate in camp and get that run up to the season, they end up pulling a muscle. They end up having soft tissue injuries, and that sets them back for weeks. And depending on the importance of the player, I think we can all agree that Brandon Aiyuk is very important, just like Bosa is, and just like Debo is, with his contract situation, George Kittle, you go on down the list. You start losing those guys, and all of a sudden that impacts the team's ability to win. So I think more than anything, more than hurt feelings, more than people being mad, more than people feeling disrespected, the longer Brandon Aiyuk is out there getting ready to play football in a month, that's the bigger issue, because that one, if he doesn't play a game or two or more, then those games could be the difference between the Niners winning the division, having a bye throughout the playoffs, or, just stretching it out, getting to and or winning a Super Bowl. Now with Trent Williams, I will completely and totally contradict myself. Trent Williams, you take your time. hey, bro, you let us know when you want to come in. You let us know when that number is, and we're going to give you exactly what you want. But I think that situation will be resolved fairly quickly as well.
Rod Brooks, we appreciate you, my man. NBC Sports Bay Area Niners pre- and post-game analyst, host of the Quality Hang podcast. Rod, thanks for jumping on with us today.
Oh, man, my pleasure. Don't be strangers. Let me know if you want to talk again.
All right, my guy, Rod Brooks, jumping on with the Drive Guys here. When we come back, we'll get to your phone calls, 916-339-1140. Should the Niners trade Brandon Aiyuk right now? Plus, do the Sacramento Republic have a field problem? Their coach weighs in on that. You're listening to the Drive Guys here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland, and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Taste on a whole new level at Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. Enjoy the height of hospitality, whether you're craving an upscale steakhouse, authentic Chinese hot pot and dim sum, or having a refreshing beverage while watching the game. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings.
Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings' Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Drapes and CG hanging here on Sacktown Sports 1140. You're listening to The Drive Guys. Our guy Kevin Gleason Whitey on vacation all week. CG will be filling in the front half of the week. We've been talking about Brandon Aiyuk and a possible trade happening. Things have gone pretty quiet right now regarding that. Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero, both stating on NFL Network that no trade is in place for Aiyuk. And so I know Twitter was ablaze.
Yes, it was.
Everybody over the last hour is like, it's happening, it's happening.
Imminent was the word.
Imminent,
Yeah.
right? But as of right now, nothing is going on. I know, right? I'm telling you. And you boys know this, and you know this, CG. As somebody in the media, like, you got to filter through a lot of crap right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Rod Brooks just said, great Rod Brooks for coming on. You know, everybody with a Twitter account now can be a journalist or a so-called journalist. And all it takes is one tweet to catch fire, and then it becomes spread like gospel out there.
It's so true. As you see guys coming out there with 79 followers, nobody pays attention, and it's like, well, my sources, you know what? My sources are better than your sources. And I'm not hearing that stuff that you're hearing.
Yes, exactly. All right, hit us up, 916-339-1140. Let's get to Ashley J on line one. Ashley, you're on with Drapes and CG. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. What you got for us, Ashley?
Well, a couple things. First, I before the interview that you guys just did, which was really good, by the way, you had mentioned at a point Drapes and Aiyuk could have been extended a couple months ago. So first off, I want to mention that because I've mentioned it before, and it's one thing that really frustrates me with how the Niners do business. We could have had Aiyuk extended last year. He definitely would have taken 26 last year because of all the contracts that had come out since then. Now, if we are trading him, I'm probably looking at trying to replace him with another wide receiver. Probably like an Amari Cooper. He is on the last year of his deal, but he is a little bit older and not quite as good as Aiyuk, so we could probably get him for 26 or less. But speaking on that contract stuff that I was mentioning, it comes out also with like Hafunga and all that. Like, we could save so much money just by getting those deals done sooner. And so to me, it almost makes me feel like, should we have John Lynch a little bit on the hot seat?
Ooh,
wow.
Ashley coming in spicy today. All right, Ashley, thanks so much. What do you make of that?
Well, it's an interesting point that Ashley's making. My question is, that's one side of the equation. The other side of the equation is, did Brandon Aiyuk essentially say, I'm not looking to get this done just yet because I want to see just how high the value can go. I want to see what anybody else is getting, and I want to see if I'm in this, if that number that they have is in the same ballpark as the number that I have.
Right. And to your point, CG, if I'm Aiyuk and I'm his agent, and I know Cleveland's going to give me 30. I know New England's giving me 30. Pittsburgh's giving me 30. But my own team is only saying 26. You know, and how is Aiyuk supposed to feel about that?
That's
you
right.
know, it's like the people that know me the best, my family, won't even take care of me.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so I think that, it's what Ashley said makes sense, but when it comes to players at this level with this kind of money we're talking about, sense goes out the window. And what matters is, where is his head at right now? What does he want? And like Rod said, if somebody's suddenly going to enter the picture and say, I'll just throw a team out there. If Carolina just happened to walk in and said, you know what? How do you feel about $38 million? And we're gonna make this all work. I mean, I know it's neither here nor there, but the money. I mean, then we'll find out just how much on the priority list the money is at with him.
Right, exactly. And we've seen historically players make decisions, and then you say, "Oh yeah, he took the money. It was all about the money." I want to switch gears real quick because our Sacramento Republic FC just lost a home match against Pittsburgh Riverhounds 1-0. But the story that came out afterwards was head coach Mark Briggs talking about the field conditions at Heart Health Park. Here's the coach afterwards, and I want to get your reaction after this.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's obviously something mental now that's in the system, that's in with the group. And when we come here and we play here, there's a nervous edge, there's a nervous tension. You feel it in the crowd, you feel it, see it on the field. And then on top of that, we have to play on a field that's like a farmer's field. It's like a cow patch. How can you pass the ball and play when the field's like this? Look at it, it's crap. Today the ball's coming to my players and it's bouncing up. We had a ball across the box and we don't score because the ball bobbles off the crap field. It's a joke what you have to deal with. It's a joke. But that's not an excuse, but it is part of how we try and play. We want the ball on the floor, we want to play, and then the field's like this.
All right, so that's Mark Briggs right there. This was after they lost 1-0 to the Pittsburgh Riverhounds. I want to give you a little backstory on this, CG. Out of their last 8 matches at home, the Republic FC have only won once. They are one win, a couple of draws, and the rest losses at home. Supposed to be a home field advantage, but clearly Mark Briggs does not think it is. What do you make of what he had to say there?
I'm going to give you a parallel.
Okay.
I've heard this before, and the team is the Chicago Bears. And a couple of players that I know. That field is not run by the Bears. It's not run by the McCaskies. It's not run by Virginia McCaskey. It's not run by any of them. It's run by the Chicago Park District. And the Chicago Park District is about as successful at running a field at Soldier Field as you and I do in ballet down 99. That field is garbage. And one of the reasons that a lot of the players over the years, I mean, aside from the quality of the team has sucked, one of the reasons a lot of players haven't wanted to go there is that. When the Bears got rid of the turf, they have a field annually that is a disaster, and it's injuries waiting to happen. So when Mark says this, I think he's got to get heads in the room turning, because if that really is the case, and then one win
in their last 8 matches.
At some point, is that affecting how the players, at least for Sacramento, are approaching the game? Because they're there more than opponents. Opponents aren't going to have the same bias or prejudice to the field. They're just going to go do their thing. I don't know. It sounds like somebody needs to make an adjustment or listen to what he just said.
Well, here's the thing about Sacramento. There's been talk about building a new stadium for an MLS club. Might we need a new stadium right now for Sacramento Republic? I think that's what Coach it might be getting at, because, I haven't taken a look at the field and been up close and personal. But if it's something in the players' heads, even before they step on the field, they know they're playing on a crappy field. And let me ask you this too, CG. If you're an athlete and your equipment isn't up to standard, you feel that. You go into a game knowing you're playing on an inferior product. And I don't know if it's the state, if it's the city, if it's the county. Something needs to be done with that field, because Golden One Center, and we'll talk about arenas and stadiums coming up in a minute, first-class operation. When Kings players walk in there, when coaches walk in there, when fans walk in there, they feel like they're in a first-class stadium, a first-class arena. At Heart Health Park, the players, you heard it from Coach right there, they're like, there are better high school fields in Sacramento County than what they're playing on right now.
Yeah, you mentioned Golden One Center, which is a first-class arena, top-notch, inside and out. If I'm a ball player, I was a basketball player, and one of the things you look for is if you're in an arena that also doubles as a hockey arena, you're hoping that the refrigeration system is such that when the court, they have the rubber that goes over the ice, because they never take the ice down. Right. It's up for the whole season. They have the layer of rubber down, they have the court, and if they don't have a proper refrigeration system that is going to avoid moisture on that court, you can do your thing at the best that you can. But if you mentioned equipment, the floor is part of the equipment as a ball player.
Yep.
If you know that there's going to be some problems, that you've had problems in run-throughs and stuff, you are not going to be as aggressive as making that hard cut, that slash to the basket. So, yeah, to your question, the easy answer is if equipment's bad, I have a problem.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see what happens with the Republic going forward. But, man, this is the first time I've heard Coach Mark Briggs really call out the conditions of the field. And if your home head coach is calling that out, something needs to be addressed. When we come back here on Sacktown Sports 1140, we switch gears to the Sacramento Kings. How close were they to acquiring Lauri Markanen, and what kind of package would it take? We have the latest from Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports. You're listening to The Drive Guys with Drapes and CG here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Keep your family cool and comfortable this summer with Bell Brothers' best summer ever financing event. When you replace your AC system, we're offering 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on approved credit, then low fixed rate thereafter. That's right, 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on any new AC system. It's an incredible offer on an incredible new AC system, but only for a limited time. This offer is also available on any plumbing, water heater, or insulation projects over $1,000. So call Bell Brothers now. Your family will thank you because they'll be cool and comfortable. But you have to hurry. Our offer for 0 payment, 0 interest for 6 months, then low fixed rate thereafter ends soon. Estimates and second opinions are free. So call now to keep your family cool and comfortable during Bell Brothers' best summer ever event. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com. That's theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sacktown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back to the Drive, guys, here on Sacktown Sports 1140. Drapes and CG, Christopher Gabriel. I like saying Christopher Gabriel. It sounds distinguished.
It's my name.
It sounds honorable. I'll
take that.
But CG also rolls off the tongue.
I worry about syllables. There's just so many syllables with Christopher Gabriel. It is my name. I had an agent once.
Gabriel. Is that 6?
That's 6.
6,
You
okay.
got CGs. It's
CG
2.
is 2.
It's 2 and you're done.
Right, okay.
I had an agent once years ago want to change my name to Nick Chris. It was like, get out of here.
What?
Just stop with that.
What?
Yeah, it's dumb. My parents raised me with this name. I'm going to keep this name.
Right. No, CG is fine.
That's
CG is fine. We started off the first hour talking about the Brandon Aiyuk trade rumors, where things stand, despite some of the stuff you may see on social media right now. No trade is imminent. No trade has been consummated or anything like that. In fact, just recently on radio, Matt Mayoko, noted Niners insider with NBC Sports Bay Area, said, I think Brandon is having a difficult time figuring out exactly what he wants. I think he requested the trade without really wanting it to go through. He just wanted to increase the pressure on the 49ers.
Before we talk about Mr. Markkanen, let me just ask you something about that. That's an interesting quote. I saw that. How much of where Aiyuk is at, we'll go into the Draper crystal ball.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, how much of where he's at, based upon what he just said, is he thinking, well, I got a good team in Santa Clara. We've come real close. They haven't come real close in Cleveland. They haven't come real close in Pittsburgh. I'm taking a step and a half backwards. I'm going to get more money. Do you think that the potential for the team is starting to just weigh on him a little bit?
I think the read I get in reading Matt Mayoko and hearing what you're saying as well is that Aiyuk desperately wants to stay in San Francisco.
Yeah.
I also think he desperately wants to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
I think he thinks he's worth X amount of dollars. The Niners think he's worth Y, and now they can't come to an agreement. And so I think the requesting of the trade, the, sit in or the hold in or whatever they're calling it, all that means to me, he doesn't really want to go, but he feels like he has no other option.
Yeah.
He has no other choice to get money from the Niners. It's like, I want to be here. It's almost like having a girlfriend that you want to marry, but she's not quite ready to commit just yet. But you love her. You want to stay with her. You don't want to break up, but she's not ready to commit. And it's like the Niners aren't ready to commit at his price. And so I think he's caught in between a rock and a hard place because his heart is here. He wants to be here, but it hurts him that they aren't willing to meet his price.
Yeah, and I think that does. I mean, I know I don't want to go over old ground, but just it does. I think it does point up what you said earlier, and that is the big R word, respect. Because if the Niners continue to say, "We love you, man. You're a big part of us. We need to have you as part of the family at this price."
Right.
And he, at what point is he going to say, hey, you know what? That's not the price that you need to love me at. You need to love me a little bit more. Yeah.
Exactly. We'll talk more Brandon Aiyuk coming up in just a minute, but I want to switch gears to Lauri Markanen. He has a big day coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day that him and the Utah Jazz can sign an extension. Mm-hmm. And if he does sign after that on August 7th, then he can't be traded for a year. He can't. So all this season. But Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports had an interesting article about Markkanen, the asking price, where things stand. And there was a little note in there about the Sacramento Kings. I want to read this to you here, CG. He said, the Kings made significant progress in talks with the Jazz this summer, sources said, which ultimately fell apart by early July. He goes on to say, outside of Sacramento, much of the trade conversation out of Utah surrounding Markkanen this summer has felt preliminary at best. And when I read that, I thought, significant progress. Mm-hmm. To me, that means the sides were close to a deal. I don't know exactly why it fell apart. Maybe it was the asking price. We'll get into that coming up in just a little bit. But Kings fans, we were that close to having Lauri Markanen. What do you make of Lauri in Sacramento And are we kicking Monte McNair and saying, Monte, you should have did the deal? We could have had Lauri Markanen.
Well, I'll tell you what. You look back, going all the way to the 90s, and every great team, or virtually every one of them, has 3 big guns on that team, and that's what you need these days to win a title. And I'm looking at De'Aaron Fox. I'm looking at DeMar DeRozan, and then you see a guy like Lauri Markanen come here. That is a triple-headed monster that gives you scoring, it gives you versatility, it gives you speed, it gives you great players in transit. They'd be playing they already play fast with, well, they try to, with Fox. But I think with him, a guy who's that big, who can do that many things, that 3-headed monster presents so many nightmares for a defense. I think that takes Sacramento to a whole different level. If he had come here, or if he still does, maybe that happens. I don't know.
Yeah, and I wonder, though, CG, if you get Markkanen, do you have the assets to swing for DeRozan? You know what I mean? Was it an either-or kind of scenario for the Sacramento Kings? And because maybe the price was too high for Monte McNair and the Kings, they pivoted to DeMar DeRozan. And I guess the question, Kings fans, 916-339-1140 is, would you rather have Markkanen or DeRozan? Personally, I'm happy we didn't do that deal, because I think, as great as Markkanen is, I love Markkanen, fantastic player, DeMar DeRozan is a future Hall of Famer.
Yes,
DeMar DeRozan is a grown-up in the room that's played in big games, that's gone against LeBron James, that fits in well. Markkanen at 26, 27 still is sort of making his mark in the NBA. DeRozan is the type, to me, that comes in and fits in. He understands it's De'Aaron Fox's team. He understands Keegan Murray has to get his attempts. You bring in a guy like Lauri Markanen, not saying he's a Kyle Kuzma type, I need my shots, but he's still trying to make his pathway in the association. And so I'm, of the belief that, yes, it would have been nice to have Markkanen, but I'm happy we got DeRozan.
This reminds me so much, and I mentioned this to you early, Kyle. It reminds me so much of everything that went down in the similar situation with Giannis Antetokounmpo, because the thought was, surely he's not going to want to. He doesn't want to stay in Milwaukee. He wants to go to New York or Boston or Chicago, LA. He wants to go to a big market, big money, and do something. And there was, even though these words weren't used with him, there was significant progress made with conversations with other teams. But in the end, Giannis said, I'm good. I'm good right here. I think we can do something right here. And I just wonder how much Markkanen, significant progress, that's great, but I just wonder how much Markkanen this whole time is thinking, you know what, we really like it here. We really like it in Salt Lake City. We like Utah. We like snow. I like snow. It reminds me of being home in Finland. I like that. And I just wonder, I'm not saying he's using everybody. I just wonder if little dollop of leverage over here, a cup of leverage over there, bring a little bit in, and then I'm going to end up staying right where I'm at, because I think we can do some things here in Utah.
Well, that's a great point. That's a great question, too. The guy's 27. Utah is sort of in this weird spot where they're trying to rebuild without tearing it down. Like, they haven't traded John Collins. They haven't traded Jordan Clarkson. They haven't traded Markkanen yet. And so if you're Markkanen, and this is something we talked about with Aiyuk last segment, what about winning? Where does winning come? Because the Utah Jazz are far away from that. If I'm Markkanen and I could have went to Sacramento, or I could have went to some other team, Golden State, let's say, with a chance to compete for a championship, wouldn't you want that? And this, when it comes down to it, and we were talking off air about this, the Dan Hurley situation, sometimes career-wise, it may make a good move, maybe a good move, but personally, lifestyle, marriage, family, it may not be a good move.
Yeah, let's just amplify the Hurley part of it, because we were talking, and where I'm down in Fresno, we heard a lot of talk just up down the road in LA about it's almost a done deal. It's almost, well, my source in Bristol and out in stores, 2 of them said, Danny's wife, these are Jersey people. These are New York area people, and he's going to end up in the NBA at some point. Now is not the time. And Mrs. Hurley had no interest because they like the lifestyle, to your point. They like the lifestyle. They like the seasons. They like the comfort of Storrs, Connecticut. Storrs, Connecticut basically is when you leave that campus, you're in farmland. I mean, that's what it is. And they dig that. Yeah, they dig that. And so, yeah, it was going to be too much of a change. So is Markkanen, I mean, we don't know. Is Markkanen feeling a little bit of that too if he decides to stay there?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we'll find out the answer here in the next 24 to 48 hours where that negotiating window, that window to sign an extension with the Jazz opens up. That's tomorrow. Coming up in just a little bit, we will take your phone calls, 916-339-1140. Should the Kings have gone all in on Lauri Markkanen? What do you think about the report today from Jake Fisher, who says the Kings and the Jazz were close on a deal? Ultimately, it fell through. We're taking your calls here on The Drive, guys, here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can easily find coverage options that fit your budget. If only it was that easy to name your baby.
How about Jaden?
Nope.
Okay. Michael?
Went to middle school with a glue-eating Michael.
Sebastian?
Dated one in college.
How about Damien?
Vampire name.
All right. Greg?
Not feeling it.
Okay. No worries. No worries. Jeffrey?
Oh, love that one.
Wait, really?
No.
Find coverage options that fit your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Trace and CG here on Sacktown Sports 1140. You're listening to The Drive, guys. 916-339-1140. I see you on YouTube, also on the text line. First hour, we talked about Brandon Aiyuk. We'll get to that back in a minute, but we're talking about Lauri Markanen and potentially coming to Sacramento. Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports reported today that the Kings were in on Markkanen. The Kings and the Jazz were close to a deal. The question now is Danny Ainge asking too much, though? His asking price too high? There were reports that the Warriors were trying to get Markkanen. No deal has been made. If a deal isn't struck by tomorrow and Markkanen signs an extension, then he can't be traded for a year. I want to get to this sound, Jay, before we get to the phones. 916-339-1140. Tim Montemayor of The Monty Show had an interesting take on the Lauri Markkanen situation. The Monty Show, based out of Salt Lake City, so close to Utah. He has sources within the Jazz organization. He broke down what kind of asking price Danny Ainge is looking for when it comes to Markkanen.
On the Utah Jazz, because I think this is something that people are all fired up about. Talked to a guy yesterday who said the Utah Jazz have a quote-unquote ridiculous asking price for Lauri Markkanen. And
hey everybody, it's Kyle Draper.
That is, in my opinion, why they don't have a direction. And I think this is a huge problem for the Jazz right now. I think the best Jazz beat writer by far is a gentleman named Tony Jones who writes for The Athletic. He said yesterday on a local Utah radio station, ESPN 700, that Lauri Markanen prefers to stay in Utah and will not sign a contract until August 7th to make sure he stays in Utah this year.
There it is, right there.
After talking to some people, once I heard that from Tony, I reached out to some people who said, for instance, that they asked San Antonio for Johnson and for Vassell and for multiple first-round picks. And then you hear the confirmations of the stories that we've talked about.
So there it is. Keldon Johnson, Devin Vassell, and multiple picks. That's their whole roster, basically, outside of Wembanyama.
Wow. So before you jump on the phones, this reminds me of when you're selling a home, right? Your real estate agent gets the comps. And let's just throw a number out there. You find out that everything comparable to your home is getting for $300,000, and you want to list it for $500,000. And then you wonder in a year why nobody's bought the home.
Right.
Yeah.
I think with Danny Ainge, and Danny, I'm friends with him, worked with him in Boston. I think when he saw that Mikal Bridges package that the Knicks gave, he said, Mikal Bridges, 5 first-rounders? I got to get at least that for an all-star. At least my guy made an all-star. We bring up Markkanen today because Jake Fisher of Yahoo had a report today in which he said the Kings made significant progress in talks with the Jazz this summer, which ultimately fell apart by early July. He said outside of Sacramento, much of the trade conversation out of Utah surrounding Markkanen this summer has felt preliminary at best. I maintain I'm glad the deal did not get made because I believe DeMar DeRozan is a better fit right now. Grown man in the room, a veteran that could take these young kids under his wing. And I think if you have Markkanen, you aren't able to get DeMar DeRozan. I want to hit the phone lines right now, 916-339-1140. Kings fans, what do you think about the Kings almost landing Lauri Markanen? Let's go to Dwayne on line 1. Dwayne, you're on with Drapes and CG. What's happening, man?
Hey, what's good, fellas? What's good? I'm still a little upset with Monty McNair, man.
What?
He's not addressing the need, man. This dude, he's slow on his feet, bro. Like, this has gone back all the way to the trade deadline last year. You know, we could have traded Herter and Barnes back then and got something. Then it became really hard to get anything, right? Now he won't address the length. He won't address the athleticism. He won't get the rim protection or the toughness that the team needs. Now, if we can get Markkanen, that'll address all that, man. That guy's tough, man. I watched him back in Arizona. That guy's a bully. He's got game off the bounce, hits threes, rebounds. He's the whole package. With DeRozan, I say if he wants Keegan, man, if Keegan is what's holding it up, man, give him up, man. Just trade Keegan for Markkanen, and let's go that route because we're not addressing what we have to address. Like, look what the Pelicans do to us.
Dwayne,
we have no length.
Hey, Dwayne, it's an interesting point. Let me ask you this. Danny Ainge knows that. I mean, he knows that. So don't you think that's why the asking price is just this side of a couple of planets and a couple of big cars along with players? I mean, at some point here, I get your point, but at some point, the Kings need to say, I don't know, that, yeah, you deserve value, but that's too much, what you're asking for.
So I think we have the assets to go ahead and give him what he wants, man. That's the point with me. I think the Kings actually are loaded with talent, but the pieces ain't connecting right. We're missing the toughness. We're missing that guy. I wanted Edie in the draft. I wanted Obi Toppin. And then there was talk about Bobby Portis. I was all in on Bobby Portis. We need a guy like that, bro. Larry Nance Jr., you feel me? Because otherwise the Pelicans are just going to keep whooping on us. So we can give up a Keon Ellis because we drafted Carter. We can give up Keegan Murray, give up some draft picks. And then it's going to be really exciting, man, because we have Fox, Markkanen, DeRozan, Monk. You know what I'm talking about? That's pretty formidable, I think. And we address the length, we address the power forward, we get some toughness, and go from there. Maybe get a couple role players like what Dallas did. Check the blueprint, man. They went and got P.J. Washington and Gafford, and everything changed, man. They made it all the way to the finals as a 5 seed, just with that move. So, McNair, if you listen, man, Dwayne from Stockton, man, listen to me, man. Get with it, man. Get Markkanen and give up Keon, draft picks, whatever, and we're going to be real nice next year, man. But, hey, let me know what you think, and thanks for saying my call, fellas.
All right, Dwayne, good stuff, man.
Yeah.
I will say this, to Dwayne's point. You know, Pat Riley used to always say, great coach and front office exec with the Miami Heat now. He used to always say, you get the talent, and then you fill in the rest. So you get the stars, and then you worry about the side dishes after that.
Right.
With that being said, CG, and people listening on the YouTube and driving home right now, I'm not giving up Keegan Murray.
No.
Not yet. Not yet. Now's not the time.
I love Dwayne, but he lost me on that.
Right.
Right there, he lost me.
As soon as he said that, it's like, come on, dude.
It was working so well.
Right. And Kenneth on the YouTube chat says, I wouldn't give up Keegan for Markkanen. He's going to be a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
Only his third year coming up. Let him beef up a little bit. Get someone off the bench at the 4. We're good as long as we have it on the bench. I disagree with Kenneth on the back end of that. I've been telling everybody that'll listen, we need to go out and get John Collins. John Collins is the answer, ladies and gentlemen. He's exactly what we're looking for. Dwayne just said it. We need some toughness. We need some beef.
Dogs.
We need dogs. John Collins is a dog, ladies and gentlemen. So if I'm Monty McNair, and Monty listens to the show, I know he's listening right now. Monty, Danny Ainge will give you John Collins. That'll be the trade you can win. Give him a couple of second-round picks, some filler, and go get a power forward that starts alongside Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis. I think John Collins is the answer for us.
Isn't you said something there that really caught my attention. I'm going to use different words.
Yeah.
You watch the Kings every night.
Every night.
All right. And you know who they are.
Yes.
They know who they are.
Yes.
When you go and get the piece that you need, you're going to give up a piece or two.
Right.
And then you have to ask, are we still that team? Are we still that vibe? Are we still that same culture? And if we're switching the culture now, Kyle, are we better with what we just did?
Right. I hear exactly what you're saying. You take away a piece. How does that impact the total then?
Right.
You know, Keegan fits in right now. And here's the thing, too, when you look at it. DeMar DeRozan, future Hall of Famer, as great as he is, it didn't take a lot to get him. I don't want to call him a distressed asset because that's disrespectful to him. He was a free agent, and we wanted to sign him, so we had to make some moves. But in terms of adding to this roster, I think we need a distressed asset that just needs a fresh start that we can buy low on. To me, a guy like John Collins and his salary, I don't think it'll take a whole lot to give up. But you put him in the Kings culture, in the Kings locker room, I think you'll maximize his talents. He will have the best years of his career. You know, it's not always about going out there and getting the big name. It's like a stock market. It's buying low and selling high. There are guys out there we can buy low on and still get, I think.
Miami won a couple of titles with a couple of big stars and a third piece, to your point, Chris Bosh, that, you know, no one's ever going to look at those championships and say, well, it was Chris.
Right.
But he filled in, just like back in the day. Horace Grant did that with Michael and Scotty. Rodman did that with Michael and Scotty. That third piece, it's a great point that you're making. You should, Monty's listening. So,
hopefully he's listening right
now.
916-339-1140. You can weigh in. Markkanen, do you want him here? Should Monty McNair have made a deal? Jake Fisher says they were close to pulling it off. Let's get to Jeff on line 2. Jeff, you're on with the Drive Guys.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Jeff?
Hey, so I was just curious what you guys thought. Kind of just like a big question about the league, but you mentioned like the Mikal Bridges trade, and you know he went for what, like 5 first-round picks, and the asking price is so high on these guys now. Where you know Markkanen, he's what, like a one-time All-Star. I mean, when do you think this is gonna like stop? You know, because it's like the Gobert trade. I mean, that guy is. He's not worth 4 first-round picks, and yet that's what he went for. So I just don't, like, is there a time when this is going to, like, kind of flatline? Like, is it going to reach a point where teams are asking for 6 or 7 first-round picks?
Well, I would say, Jeff, thanks for the call, man. I would say, and you know this, CG, all it takes is one team to set the market.
That's it.
You know, it's like, if for instance, if Markkanen is traded, nobody else thinks he's worth that. But if one team says it, then that's what he's worth. That sets the market. Nobody thought Mikal Bridges was worth 5 picks. They made the trade, and now that's the market. Same thing with Rudy Gobert a few years ago, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, he asked, where does it end? Well, pardon my English, it don't.
It just keeps going,
it just
right?
keeps going. It's kind of like when fans of a team that is not doing well, they keep saying, "This is, you know what we need to do? We need to stop going to the games." But they're going to go to the games,
right?
And that's just not plausible. It's not viable that that's going to happen. And you just said it. One team, Atlanta, Houston, anybody needs to show up and say, "Here, what do you want? You want 5? Here's 5 picks." And the cycle just keeps going.
Exactly. And Markkanen, he is a one-time All-Star, young player, 27. But remember, 5 picks used to be for like Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? LeBron, like those kind of Giannis, like that's the, now you're talking, we talked about Bridges, 0-time All-Star,
Right.
hasn't even made the playoffs with Brooklyn. You know, flamed out with them, but yet this guy's worth 5 picks. It's just the nature of our business society. You look at the salaries, everything is costing more, even to acquire mid-level players, it's going to cost you a couple of picks.
Yeah, and you know what? I refuse to let one-time All-Star define who a guy is. I mean, I pulled up his numbers as you were talking, and, you look at his, going back to 2020, 12 and a half a game, 14-8, 13, 17-9. He's averaging 14-6. He's a young dude. He can play. He has a lot of skills. The fact that he's a one-time All-Star, there's a lot of factors that go into that. I don't need to tell you that. You know that better than I do.
Yeah, All-Star and most improved player a couple of years ago. Had a fantastic year. Lauri Markanen, he is on the clock right now. The deadline tomorrow where the Utah Jazz can sign him to an extension. If they do that, then he will not be traded for a year. When we come back, more of your phone calls, 916-339-1140, plus the one team over in Paris that is a disappointment for all of us Americans. We'll tell you who it is. You're listening to The Drive Guys with Drapes and CG.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hey, everybody, it's Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I've had my new all-electric Mercedes-Benz SUV for more than 6 months now, and there are so many features that me and my family have fallen in love with. My favorite is the seat cooling feature. When those temperatures reach triple digits here in Northern California, I just hit one button to cool things down. Now, my 12-year-old daughter, well, she loves the seat massage feature. Every time she hops in the car, she immediately flips on the massage button. So whether you're going on a short drive or a long road trip, you'll be able to ride in comfort at the push of a button. And my 15-year-old son, who won't stop growing, well, he has no problem sitting in the back seat. There's plenty of leg room for him and his friends. I used to drive a Tesla, but I made the switch to Mercedes-Benz, and it was one of the best decisions I ever made. If you don't believe me, well, go see for yourself. Take the short drive down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and test drive a new Mercedes-Benz, or go online anytime at mbofstockton.com.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. Your afternoon home for Kings Talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Drapes and CG here on The Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports, 1140. Take your calls, 916-339-1140. Talking Kings basketball, Niners football, the latest on Brandon Aiyuk. The latest is, I guess there is no latest right now, right?
No, there is no. I mean, we were in our meeting and just things were flying and then just nothing.
Nothing, right? Yeah. It's unbelievable. As of now, Aiyuk is still a member of the Niners, still doing a hold-in, if you will, not participating in practice.
When did that phrase come in? When did that happen?
I think just like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, because
I had never heard of it until this year.
He's a hold-in.
Right.
I said, what? He's a what?
What? Right, exactly. Think about that. Imagine coming to work but not working. Like, you know what? I'm going to come in here to Sacktown Sports 1140. I'm going to get paid, but I ain't going to do the show. I'm going to sit right there. Just stand right there.
That's
it. Sign Jay's like,
Jay did the whole show.
I know. I was about to say, he do that every day. What you talking about?
You ain't lying. Let's do it.
Got our boy Jay Johnson behind the boards taking your calls, 916.
As producers go,
1140. Yep.
He's something, man. I'm just saying, I've been around 20 years. I'm not blowing smoke. I'm just saying,
No, he got it going on. We got some big time guests coming up this week, and I'm not going to give it away, but tomorrow's show is going to be one for the ages. One of the all-time great quarterbacks will be jumping on the drive, guys. But I want to switch gears and talk Olympics, and maybe the biggest disappointment of the games in Paris when it comes to Team USA. I'm not talking about LeBron and Tatum and those guys. They're handling their business. I'm talking about the 3-on-3 basketball team, CG. Basketball is our sport.
It's our sport. It's us.
We own that. We should win every gold medal in that.
James Naismith's looking down going, come on.
Right. Exactly. Come on now. And I understand it's not the best of the best. We're not sending NBA players. But our 3-on-3 Olympic team, men's team I'm talking about, because the women won bronze today.
Yes, it did.
Kudos to them.
Yep.
Right? But the men, to not even medal, to not even make the final rounds, if you will, to lose this weekend to the Netherlands 21-6.
Okay, and just to stop for a second there. We're not talking about speed skating, right? We're not talking about cross-country skiing.
Right. Nordic
about,
skiing or anything.
I mean, it sounds like Jim Morrow. Playoffs, 3 on it's ridiculous.
It's we lost 21-6 to the Netherlands. And, I get it. It's only 3-on-3. It's it's not the 5-on-5 which we run and rule and everything like that. But to get embarrassed like that, I will say this. I'm gonna throw them a little grace though here. Jimmer Fredette, former Sacramento King, suffered 2 torn ligaments in his abductor. He'll need 6 months to recover. So he only played in the first 2 games. Still, I don't care if Jimmer Fredette is playing, young Jimmy is playing, Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Hardwood. I don't care who it is. We are America. Yep. We should dominate basketball at every level.
Look, you go to New York City in the summer, you got the Baker League. You got the Graham League in Greenwich Village. In Philly, you got the Sunny Hill League. And these are 5-on-5, but they will play a lot of 3-on-3. Yeah. And I've seen enough 3-on-3 in New York City and in Philly that watching what the Netherlands did, watching what some of these other teams did, there is no way that the United States should ever lose 3-on-3. Do we need to have a Barcelona-type intervention where maybe they say, you know what, we got to put a stop to this. We can't have this. And we're going to find 3 guys that didn't make the Olympic team, but they're way up the scale, and just go and kick some behind, because it's like John McEnroe. You cannot be serious. It can't be serious that we did this badly. 21-6. I would have even accepted that to a point. If it was, I don't know, Spain, or Croatia.
Croatia, Germany, Serbia, somebody like that.
This is the Netherlands.
Yeah.
They grow up on canals. They don't grow up on basketball courts.
Let me ask you this, then, because what's the solution? Because NBA players aren't going to go.
No.
Because you got to qualify. You got to go through the process and everything like that. How do we get our best of the best 3-on-3 players?
Yeah, if we're not going to send NBA players, there was a time, and I'm going to date myself here, and you remember this. There was a time when we didn't lose in Olympic basketball.
Yep.
We were playing de facto pros and calling themselves amateurs, but we were winning with college players, and we were winning with world championships with college players. And then the world started to catch up to us. We said we can't have that. Well, I just wonder now, if the trick to winning 3-on-3, and I use the word trick loosely, is to get 3 guys who know each other really well. They understand each other's game habits. They understand each other's tendencies. And you get 3 great players from a great college team. You get 3 All-Americans from a couple of guys, for a couple of teams in the same conference. Because if NBA guys aren't going to go, then we've got to get the next best there. But we looked out of sync and out of kilter the entire time that we played this 3-on-3 there.
Yeah.
It looked ridiculous, Kyle.
No, I'm with you. And, looking at the YouTube chat, Kenneth Williams, 3-on-3 is horrible. I just can't get into the game, USA or not. It's weird. And I think that's part of the issue when it comes to 3-on-3 basketball and Team USA. I don't think people care, CG.
They don't.
Like, it's basketball, yes. You and I can be upset, can be fired up about it. But at the end of the day, there are no bragging rights when it comes to 3-on-3 basketball. There's no sticking out your chest. Like, if we win the 100 meters like our boy Noah Lyles did, yeah, that's America handling their business. If we win in the pool, yeah, that's what we do. But 3-on-3?
They're not getting a parade.
Exactly. And you know what 3-on-3 is, though, too, CG? 3-on-3 is for the guys who aren't good enough to be on the 5-on-5 court.
There it is.
Oh, man, the 10 over there are playing. We only got 6 left. Let's go over here and play 3-on-3.
Yep.
So with that being said, should we even care about it?
Well, if you bring your lovely family to Paris,
yes.
Okay, you're there this summer, and you've got a limitless budget. You can go see whatever you want. Where on that list, on the Kyle Draper list, does 3-on-3 basketball fall? On my list, you know where it's at?
Where?
It's not there.
It's not. But you ran out of paper or something?
Hold on. It's here somewhere. I'm not going to see it.
No.
Okay, air rifle versus 3-on-3.
Oh, that's a good one.
That is a good one because the
one,
skill
Jay.
involved.
I like air rifle.
Are you going to watch? You're going to watch air rifle?
Archery.
I'll go see
You're taking archery over 3-on-3.
Yeah, I think so. You know why, Jay? Because here's the thing with 3-on-3, and you've watched it. We watched it on here. 3-on-3 reminds me of Hoop It Up.
Yeah.
Yes, you ever been that? Like, even though these guys are great players and really good players, at the end of the day, it looks something like I did when I was 13, 14, 15 with my buddies.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not that much of a draw to it.
If you get a ticket and you're excited, yeah, I got a 3-on-3 ticket, and then you realize that you got the wrong one, and you're going to see Kazakhstan against Bolivia,
right?
I mean, are you happy about that? I'm not.
Okay, let me ask you something, fellas, real quick.
Go ahead, please do.
Because I get what you're saying, and 99% of what you're saying I'm agreeing with. But let's put our colors on our back. This is the Olympics, right? This happens every 4 years. Summer every 2 years when it comes to winter. We are a very proud, and I say this with the utmost respect, no matter what's going on politically, anything you want to talk about, we are a proud country. If the United States starts to lose too much in some sport that we created, you guys have alluded to, you can't tell me we aren't going to start, especially if the women continue who won gold last Summer Olympics. Now, they had Jackie Young, Kelsey Plum, all stars on Dream Team USA for women. But now they medal again. They walk away with the bronze, and the men 2-3 more times out. LA, they don't medal. In 32, they don't medal. You mean to tell me you don't think the IOC of the United States or Grant Hill and those guys over there in Colorado Springs aren't getting ready to start to recruit?
That was my first point, though. I said, that, do we need to Barcelona this thing?
You said that, but I view it as, fellas, it might be time to fold up. Take our ball and go home.
We don't want to play.
We don't even want it. Like, come on.
That's not
bro. I mean, like,
we're too proud, Drapes.
But Jay, what's the solution? Because we're not going to have NBA players. The reason why WNBA players were on there, their schedule's different. Their qualifying schedule is different. They're not playing in the winter when you got to go qualify. They're not playing in January and February where you build up your resume to make the Olympic team. Are we sending G Leaguers? To CG's point, are we sending college kids? Like, what do we do?
I mean, I see what Jay is saying because I'm happy to wrap myself in the flag every 2 years, summer, winter, and so on. I'm ready to go.
Okay.
But I also see, your point is right. We don't care. I mean, I'd love to know the ratings of what's 3-on-3 basketball. But
now though, CG, I think we don't care right now.
Yeah,
because this is something new.
You think we will?
Like this is fairly new. This is something that we just kind of added. This is something that the United States is like, ho hum. But when you start to add guys like Jimmer Fredette, and I'm not saying he's a all-star superstar, but he has a name, right?
Yeah,
he's someone that's recognizable. And then you start to see us take the L, but the women are winning. And it happens 2 or 3 times in a row. And the women have had Kelsey Plum and Jackie Young and viable names, Las Vegas Aces, 2-time champs. And we start to fall and falter. Like there's certain things, guaranteed. I think we do.
Well, you know what? I'll take your point into the pool because his name is escaping me. The young man who set the world record for the United States in the 1,500 meter. When he won, if he hadn't won, it would have been the first time in 100 years that the United States men's swimming team didn't end with a gold medal in an individual event.
Cool event. Wow.
So that was, and he was asked after he won that gold medal, fellas, were you aware of the pressure? He's like, I was aware of it, and I was aware that everybody on this team was watching to see if we could avoid, and the word he used was embarrassment. So I think your point is well taken, Jay, that if we have a couple more of these where we're not winning anything,
right?
Do we fold up or do we say we need to redouble our efforts? USA Basketball gets involved, but then we have the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement getting involved. Are you going to be able to talk players into it?
Well, here's the thing. How much involvement in 3-on-3 is USA Basketball, Grant Hill, and those guys? When you look at it, I would have rather sent Cooper Flagg and some of them over there than some of these guys we sent over there. No offense to
Bobby Fink, thank you.
No offense to Jimmer Fredette. I just feel like
I'd rather send Grant Hill.
Yeah. Send Grant Hill right now.
Out of pocket.
Right. Penny Hardaway and them out there might be balling up. I know one guy who thinks his big three squad and some of his big three players could easily win the gold medal.
That?
I have to tell you after the timeout. We got a break here on The Drive, guys. Sacktown Sports 1140. Hit us up, 916-339-1140. You're on with Drapes and CG.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band. Live. The mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Jason Mraz and the Super Band with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Rub your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots. I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Hey, movie fans, it's time to get your tickets to see Borderlands, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
It's on the weirdest, most dangerous dumpster fire of a world in the universe. God, I hate this planet.
The best-selling video game of all time hits the big screen with a ragtag team of misfits on an epic adventure to achieve unimaginable power. Don't miss opening weekend of Borderlands in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today.
Your afternoon home for Kings Talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Trades to CG here on the Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports 1140 916-339-1140. Give us a call if you feel like Team USA embarrassed us in the 3-on-3 tournament, in the Olympics.
Forgive my interruption. Yeah. We're seeing some cycling on there. I see the Netherlands on there.
I
don't see.
Are they
USA.
dominating cycling
They're
too?
probably dominating that as well. Yeah.
Think about this, fellas. When in our lifetime have we ever thought we'd see the day where the Netherlands beats USA 21-6 in basketball?
Never.
Ever. Ever. That just shouldn't happen.
No, I mean, that's why I mentioned that the Netherlands on the track right now. Okay, I get that.
Right. Yeah, exactly. They got, I understand that. But basketball?
Yes, come on.
Our sport?
That's a bad look for the United States. That's just a bad look.
You sound upset about it. You sound up in arms about it. I'm of the ilk. I don't care. No offense to Jimmer Fredette and some of the other players, but you know what? Now, if my boys LeBron, Tatum, and all those guys lose, I'm upset.
We need to see that. I'd love to see that.
What do you mean? See them lose?
No. See, we need to see
right.
our boys like that.
Right.
I'd love to see that because that, hate to keep going back to 92, that is what we saw when Jordan Bird Magic the game.
Ask to be thrown.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
and they went over there and they Barkley jumping over players.
Right.
I mean, literally. That's what we need something like that.
Curtis Hicks says 3-on-3 should at least, at worst, have the best collegiate players. At best, the NBA players that don't qualify.
Thank you, Curtis.
For the 12.
Can't even get the TBT guys?
We can't. Right, the TBT guys.
Tournament guys.
You know what? I need to look up the roster.
Yeah.
Because I don't even know who's on the team.
Fredette was the only name that I recognized.
Kenyon Barry, Rick Barry's son.
Did the underhand free throw, too, which was nice.
But the other guy, I don't know who they were. They were 2-5, fellas.
Yeah, that's 2-5.
You want to know how bad it was? In the pool round, there are 8 teams competing. They were 7.
That's not good.
Latvia was better than us.
Latvia
was 7-0.
Listen, if we can't develop a good hatred for Latvia to beat them, there's something wrong.
I don't even know where Latvia is.
I don't either.
I haven't heard about Latvia since 7th grade geography. Seriously, who's in Latvia?
You could have told me, because I watched some of those games. I didn't know most of these guys except for Fredette.
Yeah.
But you could have told me, well, CG, their best guard on this team out of the 4 guys was Smedley Kresh from Kansas School of the Mines. And I'd be like, okay.
He got a wicked left hand.
Yeah, he sure does.
He's good.
I would have had no idea.
Netherlands, Lithuania, Serbia, France, Poland tied with us. We were tied with Poland.
Poland, the natural basketball powerhouse country that they are.
I know Poland Springs, but I don't know Poland 3-on-3 basketball.
I know a skydiver from Poland. That's what I know. Yeah, that's what I know. Lithuania, I can understand. France, Serbia, Netherlands, Poland. Come on.
You know what's interesting? I see some people on the YouTube and text line saying, what about the big 3? We could have sent some of Ice Cube's guys over there to play 3-on-3 in Paris. Shoot, you know Ice Cube, always a big talker.
Oh, yeah.
He thinks his 3-on-3 league has the best 3-on-3 players in the world. In fact, he's challenging the champion, the gold medalist, to a competition. Here's what he had to say over the weekend.
Okay, gold medal winner. This your homeboy Ice Cube. Whatever country wins the gold medal, y'all need to come to Boston. We're going to pay for y'all trip to Boston, hotels, give y'all a little cash, and let's see who's the best in the world. You know what I'm saying? We believe that our all-stars will take you down. And if you don't believe it, we'll see you in Boston August 18th, baby.
What do you make of that? Ice Cube says he will pay $100,000 to the winner, the gold medal winner, if they beat his 3-on-3 squad in Boston.
You know, any of those teams from those countries, they're coming. Who's going to turn that down?
You don't think so? You think they'd that's the one. I agree with you, because remember Ice Cube offered Caitlin Clark $5 million to play, and I understood why Caitlin turned it down.
Totally.
But if you're so-and-so from Latvia that we don't even know, why wouldn't you? All expenses paid.
If you're an accountant in Latvia and you're on the 3-on-3 team, you're going, yes, I'm going to go with the Cube. I'm going to go there and play. Yes. There's no doubt. He's going to.
Was that Serbian or was that Latvian?
That was,
right there?
well, you know what? It was two parents, a Serbian and a Latvian parent.
What do you make of Cube, though? You know, I'll say this about Ice Cube. I love Ice Cube. Brilliant performer. I saw him, perform live. Tremendous show he put on. But why is he injecting himself in this?
Yeah.
Why is he? I understand he's trying to, I'll say this about the big three. Jay, you been to a big three game?
Yes, sir.
Keep it real. Keep it 100% a buck. Is it really?
Somewhat.
I thought it was better on TV than in person.
Which one? Where'd you go? How many? Have you been to one
I've
or
been
multiple?
to like 2. I've been to one in Boston.
I've been to one here in
Vegas,
Oakland,
maybe, or I can't remember where.
One in Oakland, one in LA, and I think one in. I think I was in Chicago. Is where I saw it.
Okay.
I think
You saw one too?
Yeah, in Chicago.
What did you think? No, I think I saw it in Houston. What did you think?
It was part Cirque du Soleil, and then there was a big show, and part ball. But it was a lot of show.
But I feel like the basketball was sort of
it was secondary.
Secondary.
It was. And
it was
a
concert.
It was,
Yes.
And so to your point, when you were saying why would Ice Cube do this? I think for everything we just said.
Right.
The show. And for the big three.
Right.
Because it puts them at a bigger level. We got the gold medalists coming from wherever, France or Poland, the upstarts from Poland, Latvia, the accountant team, and they come in. I mean, eyes are. I'm going to watch. I want to see if one of the teams that advanced and not the United States, how they do against a big three. I want to see that.
Well, here's the thing, though, and Ice Cube. There's two issues here. One, what if Ice Cube's big three team actually wins and beats the Olympic 3-on-3?
First phone calls to USA Basketball.
Right. Then you can't say you're the best in the world,
That's
right? If Corey Brewer at age 50 is beating your best team, what does that say about the Olympics? Two, I don't think it would happen, fellas. I feel like the big three squads, and love all those guys we, grew up watching, guys we still watch, but Corey Brewer's like 48.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? 45 or whatever. Like the big three, like 3-on-3 basketball we see in the Olympics is not like the big three.
Right.
Or it's not like the 3-on-3 we play. You got to be in shape. You can't be sucking wind out there.
Yeah.
So I think Ice Cube, I understand it. Trying to get some publicity for your league, your squad might get mopped. They might get mollywopped.
And that might be the reason to watch. I mean, you mentioned Corey Brewer. I mean, his vertical now might be a nap. I mean, so I mean, you just don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting.
What about the youngsters, though, fellas? We can't go get a
like who's I don't know.
Mike Beasley.
Oh yeah, Beasley.
Beasley's got to be in his early 30s. No, he might be mid-30s.
Mid to
like
upper
Kevin Durant.
30s. Yeah, and you got to constantly run, Jay. There's no checking up.
Yeah, it is.
That's the thing.
You absolutely do. Now, is this Ice Cube? Is he setting something up for the future where he has a little tournament. He's got his big three champions. He's got a big three from the college. He's got a big three from the NBA, and he's got a big three from the Olympics.
Right.
I mean,
He
that's
should.
kind of interesting.
Make it international.
Yeah.
Even, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
That's and Ice Cube's a businessman. That may be what we have coming up next. And so, sorry, you Team USA. Disappointment, yes. Fortunately, the women got the bronze medal. Shout out to them. That ends our Olympic hour. Real quick.
Yeah.
I was thinking of this as I was driving in. What Olympic event outside of the major ones would you like to participate in?
Fencing.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Tell me why. You want to spear somebody? You want to like?
No,
what?
it goes back to speaks to my theater background. I was a
Okay.
classically trained actor before I got into media, but I love the skill. I love the strategy. I love the fact that it's one-on-one. It's two people. It's mano a mano, and you're out there. And the strategy is just as important as anything else. You need speed. You need agility. I love the one-on-one aspect of it. I'd get my butt kicked in boxing, something like that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
How about you? Same question.
Well, I would say I was watching earlier today, and I saw something that looked really fun. It was called kayak cross. Have you seen that?
I have seen
it's
that.
like
yeah.
whitewater rafting. You're coming down.
Yeah.
It looked fun.
Yeah.
Like I know it takes skill, and you got to do certain things. But it looked like something I do with the kids on the weekend.
My concern with that, when I watch that, is drowning. It's a small. It's just drowning. The thing turns over.
You can't swim. You can't
I can
swim.
swim.
Okay.
But they always say the kayak turns back over. My luck, I'm in the kayak that sinks to the
Sinks
bottom,
to the bottom.
and I can't get out.
We're gonna have to get you some floaties on your arms or something like that.
Give me Taylor Swift floaties.
Right. All right. When we come back, man, we're gonna jump back into this Brandon Aiyuk situation. It has been a wild day. Aiyuk, the subject of trade rumors, will separate fact from fiction, and what kind of package would it take to pry Brandon Aiyuk from the 49ers? You're listening to The Drive, guys. It's Drapes and CG here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Whitey here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa. And this is Scott Marsh. Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker. I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back to school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject. Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school. Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue. You got it. And markers? Of course. Oh, geez. Can we get a card, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 10.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sacktown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Hour number 3 here of the Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports 1140. Drapes and CG with you. Hanging with you till 6 o'clock. Our guy Kevin Gleason, Whitey, out all this week on vacation. Dude's in Hawaii.
Is that seriously? That's not right. That's just not right.
Last year he went to Japan for like 10 days.
Wow.
Now he's in Hawaii.
You ever thought about having a combined vacation? Just,
what?
Where you go, where he goes.
Nah.
Okay.
I need a break from that dude. I mean, you know, you do radio, so it's like a marriage sometimes. It's like, we need our space. We need our space.
I totally get it. Totally
but
get it.
he's having a blast out there. He'll be back next week. We got our man CG. Yeah, shout out to Whitey. I'm sure he's listening right now. Quiet as it's kept. And I don't think I told Jay or Whitey this. When I was on vacation, I actually listened from time to time.
Okay.
Just to see. Yeah, I did, dude.
Where, Mexico?
Mexico, Hawaii, I always check y'all out. Even when I'm on the road with the Kings and I'm not on, like if I'm on the team bus, I'm like, let me see what these jokers talking about. So I check y'all out. Y'all do a good job, Jay.
Oh, true. I think I check it out too when I'm on vacation stuff.
Do you really?
Yes, it's like it. You know what it is, fellas? It's a normal day. It's like something that you're used to.
Right.
So even though we're on vacation, a lot of times we're vacationing because for our children, taking them somewhere, and or we're relaxing. One of the two things.
And sometimes, I throw on the little AirPods. I'm sitting there. It's what we do. If I was here, I'd be listening or talking about
That's
it.
it.
So
love of sports.
You don't want to, when you're gone, though, you don't want to tune in and go, who is that guy? Why did they?
Well, that's what Whitey's doing right now.
That's what he's doing right now.
Like,
he's texting you going, who the heck is that guy?
Exactly. I'm sure we'll get a text here in a second from him. But happy to have you, CG, man. You're here with us Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Tons to get to. The top story today is the Brandon Aiyuk situation. And what's interesting about this, it really started last week when the reports came out and people globbed onto it. They're close to a contract. They're close to an extension, and everybody retweeted it. Then nothing happened. Crickets, quiet as a church mouse. Then over the weekend, several reporters said that the ball is in Brandon Aiyuk's court. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, with contract talks between Aiyuk and the Niners continuing to stall, why San Francisco could end up trading the all-pro wide receiver. Mayoko says, quote, I've stated for a while that I didn't see any scenario in which the Niners would trade him. Now I believe it's a legitimate option. In a lot of ways, the ball is in Aiyuk's court. Now, to me, and we'll hear from Adam Schefter and Mike Lombardi on this situation coming up in a minute, I'm seeing these reports. Everybody's saying the ball is in Aiyuk's court. That sounds like team speak to me. Mm-hmm. That sounds like organization speak to me. That sounds like John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan saying, hey, We made our offer. It's sitting right there for him to sign. The ball is in his court.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's exactly what it is. And when you go for a long time with a player where you don't know where something is at contractually, and then suddenly it's just everywhere. Reports are coming from all over the place.
Yeah.
I always wonder, at what point did the agent go to his guy in the media somewhere and say, "Can you get this out there? Can you just go through your?" Because we and I both know that's a big reality.
Yes.
Plant something out there, and then it catches on like wildfire. Maybe the wrong word to use in this state, but it catches on, and then it takes something that may be completely untrue, has a whole life of its own, and then the team has to respond, and the player has to respond, and it kind of turns into a big kerfuffle.
Yeah, and depending on who you talk to or listen to, either Aiyuk has some leverage or he has no leverage at all. And we got some great NFL insiders weighing in on this, including Mike Lombardi. Here's what he had to say about the Aiyuk situation and whether Aiyuk has any leverage at all in this. Here's Mike Lombardi.
Can't Brandon Aiyuk doing
Aren't you
sit-ups
tired of talking about Brandon Aiyuk? We treat this guy like a Randy Moss. I mean, he had a good year. He's a good player. But here's the other problem, Femi, is once they do this deal with him, Debo's gone next year. They're not carrying two receivers making in the 20 millions with Brock Purdy's extension going to be 60 million a year coming due. That to me is Brandon Aiyuk. Either you sign this deal or this will be your last year in San Francisco. We'll keep Debo on his contract. I think more than anything, you got to get everybody's focus back on football. Like I'm sure Kyle Shanahan's had it up to his head and getting asked, what's the progress on Brandon Aiyuk? I think you got to shift that and move that into that conversation.
Oh man, Mike Lombardi, he came out firing.
Yeah.
That was some good stuff.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
He's not Randy Moss. We understand that. But he is your number one wide receiver.
Right.
And, the market, and I said this to Jay and Whitey last week, CG, you weren't here. I feel like the Niners are coming across as cheap. And here's why. I understand they paid CMC. I understand they're about to pay Trent Williams. But name me another franchise in the NFL where your quarterback and your number one wide receiver right now are making a combined $15 million and change.
Yeah, you won't find it.
You won't find
You're
that.
not going to find it.
Like, Brock Purdy's been underpaid. I could argue Ayuk's been underpaid. And I think both of them deserve to be paid. And we know Brock is going to get his.
There's no doubt.
He's going to get. So why is Aiyuk the man left out in the cold?
Has John Lynch decided that we are going to be fine if we don't spend this 26, 28, 30 million on Brandon Aiyuk? I think that our room is fine, knowing what we're going to pay Trent, knowing what we paid Christian, knowing Debo is coming down the road, Brock Purdy, as you just said. I've made the assessment we're going to be fine. We're going to save that 30 million for elsewhere. I'm trying to think of a reason why you wouldn't want to pay him, because I get it. I get what he just said about you don't want to have two receivers paying the 20, 30. I get that. But man, what a nightmare this team is to deal with those guys, along with Juwan Jennings and other elements on this offense. I can't think of another reason beyond the money. I can't think of another reason why they wouldn't say we need you here, other than they have decided we can be fine without you.
Right. And the thing is,
that makes sense.
Yes, it totally does, because in today's NFL, you need a number one receiver. It ain't like you got Patrick Mahomes back now. If you got Patrick Mahomes, you don't need a number one.
Right.
That's one thing.
That's right.
But you look at my Philadelphia Eagles, A.J. Brown, $32 million.
Yeah.
Devontae Smith, 25. They got two guys in 25 or more.
That's right.
Look at the Miami Dolphins, Tyreek Hill, 30, Jalen Waddle, 28.25. So it can be done. And I'll argue this. Aiyuk, in terms of skill positions outside of CMC, is Brock Purdy's binky. Is Brock Purdy's guy.
Yeah.
Now, you protect Brock Purdy if you keep Aiyuk happy. That's why I don't think you could just plug and play. I don't think you could just, all right, we can lose Aiyuk, but we can get somebody else. We can get Ricky Pearsall to come fill in. Trust has to be developed. the things that Aiyuk does, intangibles. And people say, well, Aiyuk hasn't caught, 17 touchdowns, or he's not catching as many balls, 150 balls like Justin Jefferson and those guys, because he doesn't have to in this offense. Aiyuk is probably saying to himself, if I go to Pittsburgh, if I go to Cleveland, I'm the number one guy. I'm going to get so many targets. I'll show you I can be that elite receiver, that number one receiver. I argue in the Niners system, even if you had Justin Jefferson, his numbers wouldn't be like they are right now.
Yeah.
Because you got CMC, you got Debo, you got to spread the wealth. And the fact that Aiyuk has been a happy camper, has done what's asked of him, has been a great blocker, because as well as I do, receivers sometimes they're not trying to hit like that. They're trying to, avoid getting hit.
It's a matador block.
It's right. It's a matador. It's like, good job, good effort. But no, Aiyuk actually blocks. And so that's why I think, and I'll have this in Drape's Takes coming up at 5:00, the Niners need to do right by Brandon Aiyuk in this situation.
You spent a good deal of time in Boston.
Yes.
So when you look at a team that you play against a couple times a year, the Boston Celtics, when the Kings are playing them, there was a time not that long ago that they didn't think that they were going to be able to pay both Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
Right.
Did they pay Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They did.
And did they win an NBA title finally? Yep, they did. So they made that work. And that's big money for both those young men. And that team is better by the addition of making sure that they are there as the core of that team. I keep going back to, why wouldn't the 49ers, because at the very beginning of the program today, I said, you asked me, would I trade him? I said, no, I keep him.
Right.
I keep him. Why wouldn't they? What is it beyond the money, the dollars, that they can't see in how almost indefensible they are at time with Samuel, with Deebo Samuel, with Brandon Aiyuk, with Simo? I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it.
And to your point, to win a Super Bowl, you got to spend money. You mentioned the Boston Celtics. Ask Wick Grossbeck, the owner of the Celtics, does he regret paying Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown? Heck no. He just won a championship.
That's right.
Ask Jed York, after they win 1, 2, 3 Super Bowls, if he regrets paying Brandon Aiyuk. No, because you paid the money to win it. Ask Joe Lacob down there in Golden State if he regrets paying Steph, Draymond, KD, all those guys. No, that's the price of doing business. I don't understand why the Niners are being cheap when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk. We got more on Aiyuk coming up in just a little bit. Adam Schefter weighed in on this very thing. We'll hear from the ESPN NFL Insider. You're listening to The Drive, guys, here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing and lease and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town.
What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk all over.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Your new home for 49ers football in the 916 Sacktown Sports.
Drapes to CG here on the drive, guys. Sacktown Sports 1140 916-339-1140 coming up at the bottom of the hour. Tim Montemayor of the Monty Show with the latest on the Lauri Markannen situation. The report came out earlier today that the Kings and Jazz were close to completing the deal. This was back in July, early July, but then it fell apart. So what's the latest on Markkanen? Might be he be on the move. I'll also ask him about my guy John Collins, too, a guy I want here in Sacramento.
I meant to ask you earlier, there's two phrases about that, the Markkanen, that I didn't understand juxtaposed together. On the one hand, significant progress. On the other hand, they were only preliminary. So the two don't seem to me to go hand in hand. I'm curious what your take is on that.
Well, I think the article said outside of the Kings, everything else was preliminary.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
then.
everybody
Okay.
else,
Okay.
even the Warriors, Jake Fisher saying it's just preliminary.
Yeah.
I think when you look at the Warriors situation, Utah saying we want Pajimski. Warriors are saying no. All right, click, boom, and
Gotcha.
then preliminary like that. It said the article I got it up right here. Jake Fisher said outside of the Kings, every other conversation had been preliminary with the other teams, and we'll ask Tim Montemayor about that coming up in just a little bit. Getting back to the Brandon Aiyuk situation, Aiyuk is in camp but not participating. The Niners have their first preseason game coming up this Saturday against the Titans. Obviously, Aiyuk will not play. It's been a wild day, though, when you look at what's been transpiring on social media regarding the Aiyuk news. Some people have reported that a trade is imminent. A trade had been agreed to, but every reputable outlet has not picked that up. In fact, they've said quite the opposite.
Yeah.
No trade has been done. So as of now, Brandon Aiyuk is still a member of the 49ers. Adam Schefter of ESPN, he talked about that today, and here's what he had to say about where things stand with the Niners and Aiyuk.
I think every team out there just is wondering, like, the longer this goes on, do we jump in and make a call on Brandon Aiyuk? Would they listen to our offer? New England certainly, I'm sure, would love to have a guy like Brandon Aiyuk, but again, it takes two sides to tango. You got to satisfy the 49ers if you're ever going to make a deal, and the player has to be willing to take the contract from your organization. And even though he doesn't have a no-trade clause in his contract, he has an unofficial no-trade clause, Brandon Aiyuk does right now, because if he doesn't want to go to a team, he could say, I'm not taking that contract, and then why is that team going to give up the amount of compensation it would take to go get him if they know that they can't get him under a long-term deal?
I thought you interesting stuff right there. And that's Schefter, CG, talking about leverage. And as I'm listening to him, here's what I'm thinking. Yes, Aiyuk has leverage in terms of what team he would re-sign with. But the Niners ultimately have the greater leverage.
Definitely.
Meaning, Aiyuk, you're under contract. Next year, we could franchise tag you. And C, if we are to make a trade, a team has to meet our demands. And so when I look at this, I see it at a stalemate. And if I'm Aiyuk, I don't think I have the legs to stand on here.
No, you're right. And Schefter said something there that we discussed in the previous hour, and that is, I asked you, what's to stop that team that says we're up and coming, we're getting close, we're at the precipice, and we have a little financial latitude. We can throw some money at the 49ers and at Brandon Aiyuk. And Brandon Aiyuk, what if he says, I joked with saying it was Carolina earlier, but a team that's better than them says, you know what? I wouldn't mind playing with XYZ quarterback. I wouldn't mind playing in that environment. I wouldn't mind playing in that division. I'm going to make my money, and I'm going to show them I'm going to be the centerpiece on this team.
Right.
I'm kind of surprised that more teams haven't at least said, can you take our call about this? I'm just curious.
Yeah, because here's the thing. I think you would have a motivated Brandon Aiyuk too, to prove, like we said, he can be a number one receiver. Can be in the same category as a Devontae Adams or somebody like that. And, I look at teams around the league. You brought up Carolina. I look at the Patriots. If I'm the Patriots, I think I'm calling the Niners and trying to make this happen come hell and high water. And here's why. Ayuk's a great wide receiver. He's solid route runner, probably the best route runner in the game. He blocks downfield. What's one of a quarterback's best friends? Offensive line, running game, and a wide receiver.
Yep.
Right now, the Patriots don't have any wide receivers.
Right.
They got Kendrick Bourne, solid guy, but they don't have a number one. They just drafted Drake May. I'm looking at Chicago, the Bears, and that wide receiver core and how much it's going to benefit Caleb Williams.
Absolutely.
He walks into a situation where he got 3 stud wide receivers. New England, you got maybe half of a stud of a wide receiver. I was going to say Bill Belichick. I don't even know who's running things over there anymore. But if I'm them, I'm whatever it takes to get Aiyuk, I'm doing. So if it's Kendrick Bourne in a 3rd round pick, Kendrick Bourne and a 2nd round pick, I'm doing that. I think the Niners would be motivated to make a trade, CG, if they were getting back a player that could help them now in return.
I think you're right. And you mentioned the Patriots. We haven't really talked about them. I'm glad you brought them up because it's Belichick is gone, all that, but it is a franchise that has culture, it has history, it has an owner who is invested.
Yes.
Not just invested, but he's invested to win. And he talk about the word motivated. Robert Kraft is motivated. Yeah. That is a division that it's not unforeseeable that it couldn't be won by somebody other than an obvious team, right?
I'm with you on
that's
that.
a winnable division with the right pieces. He would be an interesting option. Drake May is a fine quarterback. I mean, he can make all the throws.
Right.
He can do the kinds of things that make Brandon Aiyuk look great, that would make Brandon Aiyuk look great or greater than he already is.
And we started the show talking about how this might impact the Niners in terms of whether it's a distraction or even if you trade Aiyuk, is that leaving a big hole to fill in the wide receiver room? How do you think it would impact the squad? Let's say we're just spitballing here. Let's say you just trade him for draft picks. You got to lean on a Ricky Pearsall. You still have, obviously, Debo. Can this team survive and win a Super Bowl without Aiyuk?
This was what we were talking about earlier. Where is the fulcrum? Because I've got to believe that if they let that happen, if they make that trade, then they believe they can. The question is, and I said this in hour number 1, what does his departure, forget about everything else, what does his departure potentially do to the chemistry of that room and beyond that room to the entire team? And the team sees, what does the offensive line think when they say, well, they didn't really think that, the ownership didn't really think that we really needed him. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'm not as happy about the 49ers in terms of their chance of winning a Super Bowl without him,
right,
as I am with him.
Right. And I'm with you on that. And I think the way the Niners are constructed, and Jay, you could weigh in on this too. Jay's like the card-carrying member of Bang Bang Niner Gang.
Oh.
I think the way the Niners are constructed, they need every piece is important. If Debo's out, I don't think they're winning the Super Bowl.
Right.
If Trent's out, they're not winning the Super Bowl. If CMC's out there, if Aiyuk is out, they are not winning the Super Bowl. Jay, what do you think?
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I do think it depends. And the one thing I think we're all forgetting about, because we're looking at it from a 49ers point of view, we're looking at it from a Brandon Aiyuk's point of view, is what the compensation comes back. You can't tell me, and I'm a big fan of Tricky Ricky Parasol, but we don't know what he is.
Right.
He's an Amazon box that might have been shipped to us wrong. It could be anything in that Amazon box, right? We've all been on the end of that. And so I think the 49ers and John Lynch, and correct me if I'm wrong, I want to say it was Ashley. It was like John Lynch could be on the hot seat if he fumbled this. I'll say this. I completely think that's way off beat. John Lynch has done a fantastic job of, one thing they don't do the best of is maybe draft, but they correct the mistakes in off season, and they're not scared to spend
and
money.
their cap management. Somehow their cap management. What they got, $55 million or something?
Which is
That's
the
unheard
most.
of. Yeah.
And this the thing, fellas. They always get guys to re-sign, take a little less now. We'll do something on the back end. We'll extend you another 4 years. I just would love to see, and listen, I would like Aiyuk to be here. But you can't tell me the 49ers don't go make a play for a wide receiver, right?
Right. Yeah,
something's coming back. Yeah, even if something's coming back that's going to be on the outside. Now, as you guys said, it's probably not as good as Aiyuk in the beginning, but you can't tell me they're not looking for another corner, a safety, like something to make the team better. Like John Lynch is like Danny Ainge. He ain't getting beat.
Right.
He's yet to get beat when it comes to trade. So I don't know how you replace Brandon Aiyuk unless you're going to get Devontae Adams, but I also think they're smart enough to get a major player. I don't know if it's that right guard. I don't know if it's a safety. I don't know if it's the outside corner who they've been looking for. They're going to get somebody that's going to make this team better.
Okay, let me pose this to both of you, Kyle and Jay. Dwayne called earlier, and we were talking about the Kings.
Yeah, Kings.
And he had us with his thought until he said Keegan Murray.
Right.
And said that. And so in this case, what happens if Brandon Aiyuk is gone? We talk about getting better when you bring a player and you bring a Markkanen in and the team gets better, but are you better when you see what you're losing as well? Is the combination still the same? So if Brandon Aiyuk is gone, whoever comes in, whatever happens, is the team going to be as good or better without him here? I'm not so sure. Maybe down the road, but they're looking to win now.
Yeah, their windows.
They're looking to win now.
Yeah, you're 100% right about that. And Mike Lombardi said it in the clip we had earlier. The Niners, no matter what, probably next year, either Aiyuk or Debo is going to be gone.
Right.
And so if you're the Niners, you're not doing anything that might jeopardize what's at stake this year. If Aiyuk is unhappy, swallow it up, young fella. Come on back and let's try and win this championship. Coming up at 5 o'clock, I'm going to offer you my Drapes take, what I think the Niners should do. It's time, San Francisco. It's time, Jed York. It's time, Shanahan. It's time, Lynch, to do right by Aiyuk. I'll tell you why. That's coming up at 5. But coming up next, Tim Montemayor of The Monty Show with the asking price for Lauri Markanen. Is Danny Ainge off his rocker? We'll ask him that next here on The Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Comfortable start to Tuesday. Valley temperatures in the lower 60s, but we'll have strong sunshine and light winds. Afternoon high around 104. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Your water heater. Old, rusty, forgotten. We hardly ever even think about them until there's no hot water. Right now, get incredible rebates up to $3,000 off and financing available for as little as $40 a month. Leave it to Bonnie to crank up the heat.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Granger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Michael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland, and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Back here on the Drive, guys. Sacktown Sports 1140. Drapes and CG. Talking Niners and, of course, the Sacramento Kings, and the latest with Lauri Markanen. Time to bring in our special guest here, who you can see on the YouTube chat right now. Coming to us from Salt Lake City, I would imagine, Tim Montemayor of The Monty Show. Tim, thanks for jumping on. You're on with Drapes and CG. How you doing today?
Exceptionally well. How are you, boys?
We're good, man. I'm trying to figure out what my guy Danny Ainge is doing out there in Salt Lake City. I worked with Danny in Boston for 11 years. He was known as Trader Danny. He never lost a deal, it seemed like. Is he botching this Lauri Markanen situation?
No, I think that's one of the perceptions, but the reality is that this is about the ownership of the Utah Jazz. You got to remember that this is a team that just probably laid down close to $1 billion to acquire the Phoenix, Arizona Coyotes that are now the Utah Hockey Club. I mean, there is a massive investment from Ryan Smith, who is the billionaire owner, supposedly, of the Utah Jazz. And he is in saving mode. There's no doubt about this. And you need to look no further than where the Utah Jazz below the minimum. They have not, to this point, spent enough money to meet the minimum salary requirement that gets you that, the luxury tax sharing that goes on in this league. And the obvious implication here is that they're going to sign Lauri Markanen to a significant extension that's going to get him to that floor. If they do keep him, which I think now they're almost certainly going to. But this is not a Danny Ainge thing. And you know what? If you know Danny at all, you know he is as competitive as anybody, and he wants to win. This is not a young man, by the way, I would point out, Danny Ainge. He came in to be, I'm not going to say a savior, but he came in to change the fortunes of the Utah Jazz. And not unlike the old-time Sacramento Kings who sputtered and are we a basketball team? That's not who Danny Ainge is. He's the Boston Celtics guy. And I think he's probably more frustrated than anybody that he's got two hands tied behind his back right now.
Tim, one of the things that gets lost when you have a popular player, a talented player, a lot of discussion, both probably on your show, in the paper there, and what have you, is the fans. The fans' voices get lost, except if you're reading social media. So as you look at the fans, the folks that are calling you and talking to you, what's the temperature in the room with them when they hear about the possibility that Lauri Markanen might not be in Salt Lake City?
Cooper Flag. That's the temperature of the Utah Jazz fan. And let's be honest. If that's what this club was solely focused on, you could almost understand it. But if Cooper Flag was what you were solely focused on, Lauri Markanen would already be wearing a Dubs uniform. This would be a done deal. But that's not what they're focused on. And I think, again, not to be redundant, but you got to remember, this isn't a team that drafts well in Utah. The Jazz don't develop talent well. It's going to be very difficult for you to go back through the history books of the Utah Jazz and find somebody in the modern era where they've drafted them, developed them, signed them to a max extension, and they've become an all-NBA performer. That doesn't exist in Jazz land. So you're not spending money, and you got to remember here as well, it's not just Lauri Markanen. It's Jordan Clarkson. It's Colin Sexton. You have veterans on this team that are going to take up valuable minutes of young guys that you're supposedly going all in on in hopes of what I would think you are trying to do is get Cooper Flag. But the tragedy here for the fans is their frustration that there is no clear-cut direction for a really bad basketball team that does not win games. You don't know, are we all in on Cooper Flag? Are we all in on trying to make a playoff spot? That's certainly because you're not making the playoffs with this roster, but you're also not getting Cooper Flag with this roster. But it's enjoyable at least to pay an exorbitant amount of money to watch a bad basketball team that features Lauri Markanen, who is truly been a renaissance man wearing a Jazz uniform.
Man, that's some good stuff you're saying there, Tim, because I could just imagine the struggle that Danny Ainge and Ryan Smith are going with right now. Do you believe if it was up to Danny, he would rip it down to the studs and tank for Flag? Is that what you think?
No, I think if it was up to Danny, we would stop talking about how many draft assets and how much cap space the Jazz have, because he'd be paying the luxury tax. Because in this league, that's essentially what you have to do to win. The Boston Celtics just made Jason Tatum the highest paid player in the history of basketball after winning a championship. Everybody, if you look at the history of Golden State and they're winning, they drafted and then they got KD and they spent money and they supplemented and they paid guys. If Danny Ainge, and again, you know this as well as anybody, I would think, Danny Ainge wants to win. You've got to draft well and you've got to pay money to good players to do so. If Danny Ainge were in control here, I think he would have already traded multiple draft picks because they've got a plethora. And we'd be talking about a very different build of a Utah Jazz team. Now, if we're talking about August 5th, 2024, at this point you're in a jackpot because you don't have one direction that you can easily go and pick and say, okay, we're going to Cooper Flag. Call Golden State. We've got to trade Lauri Markanen. But that now it feels like you're almost too late. You've lost some leverage there. So if I were Danny Ainge, and if what I think Danny would do is I think he'd get aggressive, I would have to believe he also would not have traded Donovan Mitchell at that point, because I'm not even sure that and for those of you who don't remember, Lauri Markanen came in the Donovan Mitchell trade. That was not the most popular move at the time because Lauri Markanen was an average player at that point. He was not some special guy, if you remember. And as a Chicagoan and a diehard Chicago Bulls fan, trust me when I say there was a level of disappointment with Lauri when he was in Chicago that continued to Cleveland. So it's an interesting situation for sure.
Tim, I have to tell you, I don't want to break the flow here, but I was going to say this a minute ago. I was just listening to you. You and I have never spoken before, and I'm born and raised in Chicago, and I'm listening to you, and I'm thinking, okay, he's got to be from Chicago. Tim has to be. I'm hearing it. Okay, because I was born and raised on the North Side. I'm hearing it, man. I'm loving it. I knew it. I knew it.
Hello, Rogers Park, Illinois.
Yeah, yes, that was my man. That was my neighborhood. Estes Avenue out in Sheridan. Hey, the Danny Ainge has been there since what, 21, I believe. when you look at, you're right, he's a winner. He's always been a winner. When you look at the plan as you know it, do you buy into the plan? Is there a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, or is it just like whatever I have to do, the plan is to win as early as possible?
No, that's not the plan. I wish that were the plan. It's a heck of a lot more enjoyable to cover sports in Salt Lake City when the Jazz are good. I'll be honest with you. I think the plan is to spend as little money as possible and tell a story that you're trying to compete. I think that's the plan. Again, Ryan Smith is a guy who came in with a lot of hope, the owner of the Jazz. Everybody's heard of Qualtrics by this point. I think he's that guy who lives in an apartment and drives a Lamborghini. He's got a lot of assets on the bottom line. He doesn't have a lot of cash, in my opinion. I think this NHL deal probably leveraged him. And I think he is somebody that's not going to outlay money. Because, again, I simply ask for the casual Jazz observer or NBA observer, you probably don't realize that Ryan Smith has never put pen to paper on a big contract in the NBA. He approved Rudy Gobert's the worst contract in the history of the NBA at the time. He approved that Rudy Gobert extension. He'd owned the team for like 12 minutes when it was handed to him. He had no choice but to approve that. He didn't sign Donovan Mitchell to a massive extension and build around him. He traded, and the Rudy Gobert trade had to happen. The two hated each other. Rudy's a liability in the playoffs. Totally get it. But then from there, you just tore this thing apart and you've never rebuilt it. And all you talk about is draft assets and we have cap space and we're never going to do anything with it because dollars to donuts, who wants to bet win totals on the NHL team? Who wants to bet that team is competitive? Because the other thing you got to remember about Salt Lake City, it's not like this is a town where like, my God, we've got to have NHL. Like it's not like those guys are excited about it.
Hey, Tim, I'm listening to you and this is like, earth-shattering news to me because when I come to Salt Lake, I see Ryan there. I see him courtside, see him with his family. He's, at least I thought one of the young, flashy, like exciting owners. Now it sounded like listening to you, things may be tight. Do the fans understand that there in Utah, and have they started to turn on him a little bit?
It's interesting. Ryan Smith very much controls the media here. Ryan is a guy that is a member of the member of the LDS Church. So the flagship station is owned by the LDS Church, KSL. You guys are aware of that.
Yep.
He does not get questioned by the newspapers here. He does not get questioned by TV stations here. When he goes on a national show, and pick your flavor of show that you want to point to, they don't ask him hard questions because they don't know the questions to ask him. So he very much is in control of his narrative, which is a great place to be, right? It's a great place to be. But my point is, when you look at the fan perspective on Ryan Smith, there's nobody asking him hard questions. There's nobody holding him accountable. This is a college football town unless the Jazz are good. The Jazz are not good, so now we're talking about the Utah Utes and we're talking about BYU football and the NFL and that. So he kind of gets a free pass. He's very much under the radar, and it's hard to change that because when he's good, everybody loves him. When he's bad, nobody talks about him. So there's no heat, I guess is the right way to say that. Again, I'm a Chicago guy. They are Tom Ricketts, the owner of the Cubs. Let's not forget that situation. Or think about if the Lakers burned it down and traded your Steph Curry. Or think about if the Kings turned around and gave away, instead of buying, they were selling and they sold everybody, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what you've done here and nobody's complaining about it.
Don't get me started on Reinsdorf. I'm listening to you and I, we all do this for a living and I'm hearing, and understandably so, a tinge of anger in your voice. And as you mentioned, Ryan Smith, Tim, is there a trepidation to figuratively back him up to a wall and give him some heat because there's a concern about getting access? Or, I mean, I'm trying to figure this out because it's fascinating what you're saying.
Yeah, I think when you look at Ryan Smith here, he very much is untouchable. He is a BYU grad, which is huge in the state of Utah. He funds BYU athletics. He has the hockey team. He's got the radio stations. He owns a piece of the MLS franchise, Real Salt Lake. And of course, he owns the Jazz. If you are the main sports players in this town, there's no benefit for you questioning him because you will get locked out. You will. That's the harsh reality. It's a very different landscape. And I go back to the fall of the Maloofs in Sacramento. You go from Chris Webber and Mike Bibby to, well, we're going to move this team, and Carmichael Dave driving an RV to New York City. And you think about how that fall happened, right? I don't imagine that Ryan Smith will ever be having Carmichael Dave drive an RV to New York City again, right? But I can't imagine a scenario where he puts a foot wrong that would ever put him there, because there's nobody that's willing to, again, to make the analogy, drive the RV. There's nobody willing to question. There's nobody willing to go after him in the mainstream media because he signs their checks. They work for him. So it's awfully difficult to put yourself in that position.
So what's and you mentioned this and talked about this, what's the path ahead for the Jazz? Because I look at your roster, how come Clarkson hasn't been moved? How come John Collins, who I would love here in Sacramento, how come he hasn't moved? You have these veteran assets that, can help you win, yes, but then they cost money and you're not in the Cooper Flag sweepstakes. So how come some of the other players haven't been moved?
Jordan Clarkson was a Ryan Smith good friend. Jordan Clarkson, when they rolled out the new uniforms 2 years ago, was the model for those. Instead of Donovan Mitchell, it was Jordan Clarkson. Ryan Smith, according to those in the know, intervened and wanted to pay Jordan Clarkson. So Jordan didn't opt out of his deal. And now when they want to trade him, he has no value. That's the biggest issue. John Collins, I think John Collins is the one player they would like to move most. But you have a younger head coach who hasn't been able to leverage John Collins to the level that you need to. John Collins is a phenomenal rebounder. And if you teach him to do something other than shoot threes in the corner, he's a player that you can leverage. I agree. If you put him in Sacramento, if you put him on a high-level team that needs a rebound and outlet guy who can play in a young athletic rotation, I think John Collins, his ceiling is much higher than we've seen here. But again, this goes back to the direction, because you're looking at somebody in Ryan Smith who's taking taxpayer dollars. Understand that the hockey team is being taxpayer funded. The arena, the downtown district, that hockey team has to win. But I think he's a little worried about trading every single veteran he has, because nobody's going to come to Jazz games. At least now the building will be half full, maybe half full. For NBA, it'll be jam-packed. They're on a waiting list for the NHL. I just think Ryan Smith, he's caught in this no man's land. And he's going to re-sign Lauri Markanen. He's going to spend the bare minimum. And I think they are going to play their way out of a Cooper Flag derby, in my opinion.
Strong stuff from Tim Montemayor, of the Monty Show out there in Salt Lake City. You can always check him out. Tim, on your last point you just made, and you know this as well as I do, it sounds like the Jazz are going to be in no man's land. I came into this conversation thinking, all right, if they don't trade Markkanen, maybe they're buyers. Maybe they try and go out there and get Brandon Ingram. Maybe they try to make another deal. But listening to you, it's like Ryan Smith is okay with being 11th, 12th in the Western Conference.
No problem, because he's not going to pay a higher salary, right? And a guy like Brandon Ingram, who doesn't play a lot of games, he's often injured, and he wants a lot of money. that's exactly the wrong guy for Ryan Smith, right? Like he's not going to go pay a big money guy who, and this is the Jonathan Kuminga conundrum, if you will. Jonathan Kuminga is up for a significant extension. I've got that guy on my roster if I'm Danny Ainge and Lauri Markanen, but a better version of him, and I can sell that to my fans. But if you bring Jonathan Kuminga here, you better develop him, and this organization has zero track record of developing him. So you go and make a trade, you go and get a Brandon Ingram, or you go trade Lauri Markanen, your life gets more difficult. If you're Ryan Smith, in my opinion, your life gets more difficult. It doesn't get easier. And signing Lauri Markanen to an extension, it just means you can't trade him this season unless he were to sign it, like on the 6th.
Right.
If he signs it Friday, Saturday, or 2 weeks from now, that just means next summer you have to wait to trade him till next summer. But they will trade Lauri Markanen. They will not pay the total value of that contract. That would be shocking.
Wow.
I think it's 25-30% chance that they trade him before the season. I think it's more 70% he signs a renegotiated deal for this year to get him max eligible. And then I think they wind up trading him next offseason.
So how, Tim, if that in fact plays out, you just pulled that out of the crystal ball. It makes sense. I see it. Can the Utah Jazz, whatever happens after that, can they still figure out a way, and I know I'm asking you to look in the future, of getting out of the Western Conference without a Lauri Markanen on their squad?
I can't imagine it.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I think it's such a longer timeline. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what that would take. Like, you would have to have a completely different set of players at that point. I mean, if you have to be all in on Cooper Flagg, that's a generational Victor Wembanyama type talent. If you're not going to compete for a playoff spot, and they will not, you have to do everything you can do. I would think at some point this season, John Collins is gone. Colin Sexton has real attainable trade value. You've got to move these guys. And if you do sign Lauri Markanen to a contract, what's the best case scenario? Are you signing him to a contract to try and win? Or are you paying Lauri Markanen to play 40 games? Because you cannot get anywhere near a play-in. You need to be the worst team in the Western Conference at a minimum. I don't even know how this plays out in a good way, let alone getting out of the Western Conference.
So then the quick follow-up for you, Tim, is if you're all in, the Utah Jazz, if you're all in on the Cooper Flagg sweepstakes, can Ryan Smith does he have the kind of temperament or the understanding that we're going to have to lose? We're going to have to lose a lot. We're going to have to get the best chance to get the number one pick in the lottery. Is he okay with that?
He cares an awful lot about what people think of him. His reputation matters to him. I think it's why they're going to sign Lauri Markanen to an extension. It's why Jordan Clarkson's still here. It's why you are, in my opinion, it's why you don't do interviews with people who are going to ask you questions, because I think he doesn't want to ever give the perception that he's doing anything less than everything he can do to win games. When those of us that have watched this sport for 30 years and I've covered the Bulls and the Lakers at their best, this isn't anywhere near everything you can do to win games. So I think he cares what people think of him.
Wow, man, Tim, this is some great stuff. Final question for you, Tim. Appreciate you coming on, Tim Montemayor of the Monty Show. I got to go back to John Collins, because anybody that listens to the Drive Guys here on Sacktown Sports 1140 knows I've been beating that drum for about 3 or 4 months now. I think he's a perfect fit. Why do you think he has not been dealt? And is his value low? Have they devalued him in Utah? What do you think it would take to get him? Like, I'd drive there right now. I'd pull a Carmichael Dave, hop in my Winnebago, and head over to Salt Lake City and get John Collins right now. What's the deal with that guy?
I think that he is, what is he owed? $53 million. Next year's a player option.
Yep,
I think Danny Ainge is doing what he's done for a couple of summers in a row. He's put a pause button on the NBA trade market at this moment. I think there's a real likely chance they would move him. Danny always has a ridiculously high trade demand. I think it would take a first-round pick. And I do think I'm with you on John Collins. I really like him. The $26 million number, I think he's $26.5 million a year for the next 2 years. I think it's a big number for contending teams. Like, again, Golden State doesn't have the cap space to do that, right? So I think dance partners are difficult. And John Collins is somebody who likes to shoot threes. And you need him to play inside of the three-point arc. You need him to rebound. And I think he is fully capable of doing that. He's shown you that. But I think it would take a first-round pick at a minimum. And because the Jazz are so low in salary, they don't have a lot of salary, you're going to have to find a couple of contracts that make that deal work, as you would have to, obviously. But you need to meet the minimum so that the Jazz are spending enough money on salaries when the deadline gets here. And what is that, October?
Good stuff from Tim Montemare. Tim, appreciate you coming on the show. You can follow him on Twitter, The Monty Show, at The Monty Show. Great stuff as always, Tim. We're going to have to do it again, man, once this trade is done, once John Collins comes to Sacramento, all right?
All right, guys. Good to see you.
That's great, man.
All right, appreciate it. Tim Montemare. Follow him on The Monty Show. He's on YouTube as well.
Dance partners are difficult.
They are.
I love that phrase.
And we'll talk more about that. We'll get the Sacramento Kings fans' reaction as well. Hit us up, 916-339-1140. Lauri Markanen looks like he's staying for now in Utah, but the Kings were close to acquiring him. Kings fans, are you happy that we didn't? And we stuck with DeMar DeRozan. We'll get your calls plus more here on The Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band live. Mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Jason Mraz and the Super Band with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting their focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Whitey here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Keep your family cool and comfortable this summer with Bell Brothers' best summer ever financing event. When you replace your AC system, we're offering 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on approved credit, then low fixed rate thereafter. That's right, 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on any new AC system. It's an incredible special offer on an incredible new AC system, but only for a limited time. This offer is also available on any plumbing, water heater, or insulation projects over $1,000. So call Bell Brothers now. Your family will thank you because they'll be cool and comfortable. But you have to hurry. Our offer for 0 payment, 0 interest for 6 months, then low fixed rate thereafter ends soon. Estimates and second opinions are free. So call now to keep your family cool and comfortable during Bell Brothers' Best Summer Ever event. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com. That's theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, July was very good to the A's as they put together their best month since they were 17-9 back in June of 21. And they took advantage of a real quirk in the schedule, playing the Angels 10 times in July, and they went 8-2. And also good series against the Astros and the Phillies, going 2-1 against those two ball clubs as well.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for this $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay to store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Seems as though casual players are always trying to balance the desire to hit the golf ball farther with shooting lower scores. Whether you hit a 270-yard drive or miss a 12-inch putt, they both count a stroke on your scorecard. Some of us will never hit the ball 270 yards, and trying normally leaves us well short and well right of the target. Seems as though improving our putting might be an easier way to shoot better scores. Putting is about confidence. It's about feeling the greens, seeing the line, visualizing the ball going in the hole, and making a confident stroke. Harvey Penick says, never, repeat, never allow yourself to think about what's riding on the putt, whether it's a major championship or just a 50-cent wager. Hit the putt as you've hit 10,000 putts in the past. Concentrate on imitating your final practice stroke, not on what will happen if you either miss it or make it. A positive mind will cure a lot of ills. Think about it. Really, think about it. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
The PGA Club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacktown Sports.
Local 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back to the Drive, guys, here on Sacktown Sports 1140. Drapes and CG here with you, final hour. Thanks to our last guest, Tim Montemayor of the Monty Show.
Boy, he was solid.
He was great, wasn't he?
He was solid.
You know, I went into it thinking, all right, we'll have him on for 10 minutes, and I was like, nah, he's spitting bars. Like, we got to keep him on.
Yeah.
Like, so many jewels that he was putting out.
I hope he has protection when he leaves that building.
I know, right?
The Ryan Smith folks.
And Jay was just telling me, and I didn't know his background. You know, he used to work here. Like, he used to be here in Sacramento.
Yeah, that's something.
That's huge, man. Doing a great job out there in Salt Lake City.
I knew I heard that Chicago.
I know you picked up. I didn't pick.
I heard him say something. I thought it's any Chicago says Chicago, but he said something when he said Chicago Bulls. I thought, there it is.
He's not a. You're a White Sox though, right?
Yeah, I'm a White Sox.
He's a Cub.
Yeah,
he's a Bear. He's a Cub.
Yeah, everybody has an issue. So
yeah, that's true.
Nobody's perfect, right?
That's
Nobody's
right.
perfect.
Well, my team's lost 20 in a row.
Yeah, I was about to say your team is
ugly.
Who we got tonight? The A's.
They got the A's. It'll be 21 tonight.
Yeah, if the A's sweep you guys, keep that streak going. I think what's the record? 24 in a row.
I think something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Sox are on pace to lose 120. So I got nothing to root for except that.
Let me ask you this, though, because and we'll get back to the Kings talk, because Kings fans, Tim said a lot of things that I'm sure that resonates with us. You're a fan of the White Sox, right? When does the point come where you stop supporting the team?
Well, you know what? That's a great question. And the point almost came when they were going to leave Chicago.
Yeah.
And it was 2 minutes to midnight. They got the funding from the Illinois legislature, and then I stayed with them. I'll tell you, I'm at the doorstep. They've been my team my whole life. Yeah. Even though I grew up a mile and a half from Wrigley, my dad was a South Sider.
Okay.
Hyde Park. I'm at the point now where it's less the guys on the field and the losses and more the front office. The bad decisions from Jerry Reinsdorf. Mm-hmm. He just seems to do things that are in opposition to a franchise that wants to win. He goes after bargain basement players. You watch guys that when they're coming off Tommy John surgery, coming out of an injury situation, that's the guys that he goes after. He's when he built the park, a lot of people don't know, he was given the plans to what became Camden Yards. He turned it down saying, we had a throwback park. We don't want that. That was HOK, the architectural firm in Kansas City, and they built that monstrosity. So I'm at the point now where he and that franchise have sucked the life out of me. I'm at going back to the 3-on-3. Do we care? I'm at the point where I laugh at them now. I'm not even invested emotionally. I used to be engaged.
Yeah.
Now I'm not. And I'm a year away from saying I'm done. Give me the team that's closest to here. Because I enjoy watching both the Giants and the A's.
Because Reinsdorf, when you look at it, and we had this on the text chain because we were comparing him to what's happening with the A's and John Fisher and everything like that. Does Reinsdorf run the White Sox differently than he ran the Bulls? Or is it, this guy's won championships before.
Yeah, the way he ran the Bulls was bringing Jerry Krause over from the White Sox. Right. When he brought Jerry Krause over, even though everybody on the Bulls hated him, Jerry Krause knew how to put it together. He knew how to have the dance partners together in the room. He understood it. He does, and he did run the Bulls a little bit differently because the Bulls brought something to Chicago that they had never had. With the White Sox, it is a much more laissez-faire attitude. I mean, he brought in Tony La Russa knowing that Tony La Russa had a DUI, and it became common knowledge on the day they announced him. But he puts friendships over quality. And that's what he's always done as an owner. He got fortunate in 2005. They had a great year with Ozzie Guillen. They went 11-1 in the playoffs. They win the World Series. But it doesn't seem to matter to him that much. And I got to tell you, Cubs fans rule Chicago, but there's more than several million White Sox fans in that city that are passionate for a team, just like the Oakland A's have a great fan base, and they deserve better than John Fisher has given them. And I'm glad that they're going to be here, because maybe they end up here. Who knows? We've talked about this on my show a lot. But a long-winded answer, I don't think that Jerry Reinsdorf has ever run the White Sox the same way he runs the Bulls, ever.
Is he a better owner than John Fisher?
No, I don't think he is. I know that he's got a ring. I know with the White Sox, he's got 6 with the Bulls.
Yeah.
But he had a lot of help doing things. Whenever he stepped in, things went south. What he and Fisher share in common is, you want to have a fire sale? Should we get rid of some guys? Okay. In fact, you know what? I'm going to switch on you. Fisher might be a little bit better right now, a little bit worse. Excuse me.
Okay, all right.
I switched it around because he's gotten rid of everybody.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's ripped it down to the studs.
Right,
yes.
Exactly. At least the Sox have held on to a couple of players that they could have gotten rid of at the trading deadline.
Right.
But Fisher, what's the phrase I'm looking for? He sickens me. They didn't have to leave. I remember Carolyn Goodman when she was on my show. I remember her saying, "We are excited for Major League Baseball to come to Las Vegas, and if it's the A's, we'll be happy with that." What the hell does that mean? What I mean,
right.
And what we learned, and a buddy of mine down there, Keont Myers, head of the Las Vegas Sports Network, he said that everything that they have learned, they want baseball, but they wanted to have a team built the same way they built the Golden Knights.
Right.
And if I'm
sort of homegrown, like our own thing,
Yeah.
not somebody else's sort of,
So they're leftovers.
Yeah.
Do you think, what is the temperature here? I know we want to get back to the other stuff, but is there it seems to me like there is at least an outside chance that the A's 3 years from now could end up staying here.
Yeah, and I think that's what the hope of the fan base is, like the city of Sacramento. It's like, sort of like ownership, common law. If it's here, it's harder to leave then. If we get it here, maybe, just maybe, and as well as I do, the Vegas thing is built on a house of cards, a deck. That thing is shaky at best. And so when it does collapse, the city of Sacramento can say, or Westsec can say, we're here. We got you.
Yeah.
You can stay here. Everything is going. And I will say this, it has created a dynamic where, because Kings fans went through this, 10, 15 years ago with the Maloofs and moving it to Seattle, the Kings to Seattle and everything. And Oakland natives are saying, how could you support this?
Mm-hmm.
Our team is being ripped out from under us, and you're giving John Fisher a lifeline. You're giving this guy a way out. And so there's sort of this dichotomy here of being a Sacramentan, who I am right now, and wanting to support all things Sacramento, but I don't know if I want to support the A's and John Fisher.
Yeah.
It's like, you're making a deal with the devil almost.
Dichotomy is a perfect word for it, because you're bringing a guy who has shown his true colors. He's shown every card that he has.
Yeah.
And he's also a guy like Ryan Smith. He is a guy in Oakland, I don't need to tell you this, who doesn't really ever want to talk to the media.
Right.
You don't ever hear anything that he has to say. You hear everybody else but him. Yeah. I would love to get him at a microphone and just explain the plan.
Didn't he do a softball interview with Raj down there at NBC?
Yeah, NBC.
Yeah,
Sports.
it was just some softballs that they threw up there, but he's not going to, sit down and answer any hard questions or come sit here on our show. That's good stuff. I hear the passion in your voice about it, though, the way the White Sox are run, the way the A's are run. Coming up in just a minute, we'll get back to the Kings. 916-339-1140. We're going to break down what Tim Montemayor just said about the Utah Jazz and the way they are run. A lot of Kings fans are feeling like, yep, we know exactly how you feel, Jazz fans. We'll dive into that next here on The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
At Lowe's, save big every day. Right now, get a free pneumatic nailer when you buy a pallet of Metabo HPT nails. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% offer subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store lowes.com/credit for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990.
The plane's got to go off the runway.
Right.
Maybe a bad analogy.
Right. Don't be saying that.
We don't want that. But, yeah, sometimes you just got to go.
Matter of fact, I'm going to text my boy Tom Morton over at Hagen Oaks, make sure he's okay. Jay was talking about it earlier, just a plane crash, riding right up to the store right there.
Right
it's
there.
crazy.
Yeah.
It's like at the front door of the store. So I'm texting Tom Morton right now. Hey, Tom, all good over there? Because that's crazy. You just don't see that happening.
Did the pilot get a discount in the store? I mean, in the clubhouse store there. I mean, did just because just wondering. I wanted
20% off or something like that.
Since I heard that this morning here on Sacktown Sports,
Yeah.
I thought I gotta find out. Did he get a hat? Did he get a shirt?
Right. Oh my gosh, yeah, that is crazy. All right, let's get back to our call. Guest we had, Tim Montemayor of the Monty Show, and he was talking about the Utah Jazz and their current situation with Lauri Markanen and sort of the disconnect between Danny Ainge, the president of basketball operations, and the owner, Ryan Smith. Mike Nussbaum said, this is great stuff. Wow. And we thought as Kings fans, we had it bad, because there had been a narrative around Sacramento that ownership and front office maybe weren't on the same page. And you're seeing that right now in Utah, because here's the thing, CG. They haven't traded no John Collins, no Walker Kessler. What is their plan? And it feels like Danny Ainge is being handcuffed by his owner, Ryan Smith, right now.
Yeah, there's that word plan. That was why I asked Tim that. And, you hit on something that I've talked about on my program a lot, and I'm glad you hit on it. As fans, we always think, well, they don't know what's going on because what's happening in my town with my team, because we focus. Everybody in Sacramento is focusing on the Drive guys and all the great shows you have here, and you're focusing on your teams. You're not spending as much time looking at injuries, looking at what's happening in the style of play with other teams. You just don't do that. You see that a lot in college sports as well. And I think once you get that door open like Tim did for us with Utah Jazz, you have to have people going, whoa. What? Wait a minute!
Right.
It sounds a little dysfunctional out there, and Danny Ainge is in a tough spot, as you said, because if he has an owner that is essentially not going to get heat from anybody, and he's going to be able to do things as he wants. He is the owner; he's worth billions. That does put Danny in a precarious position of I'm trying to do some stuff here, but I'm not seeing the plan develop.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm being handcuffed by the owner. In fact, Tim said, the owner's not going to pay the big money contracts. He's not. And so as a GM, president of basketball operations, I'm like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Danny Ainge and the Utah Jazz are operating in this no man's land right now. And it looks like Markkanen is going to re-sign. It looks like he's not going to be traded, at least, for the first year. And they'll be stuck in the 11th, 12th seed in the Western Conference. I do want to go back to the Jake Fisher article of Yahoo Sports, because that's what sort of, spurred our interest in talking with Tim. Jake Fisher said that the Kings had made significant progress in talks with the Jazz this summer. Ultimately, they fell apart in early July. He said outside of Sacramento, much of the trade conversation out of Utah surrounding Markkanen this summer has felt preliminary at best. And I asked Kings fans out there, 916-339-1140, are you happy Monte McNair walked away from the table? Because it's sounding like if they were going to trade Markkanen, the asking price would be too high. It would have been Harrison Barnes. It would have been Kevin Huerter. Maybe Keegan Murray was being, demanded for, and 3 or 4 picks, and some pick swaps. I'm of the belief, I'm glad we didn't go out there and get Markkanen. We were able to get DeMar DeRozan. That moves us in the right direction. We're still one piece away, but if you go out there and get Markkanen, then your cupboards are bare. Well, your assets are cashed out.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, and boy, you know this so well as being the voice of the Kings, fans and all of us can get all kind of giddy and excited when somebody's name who's a big-time player, is a talented player, somebody who's going to be helpful to our team and what we're trying to do, and we get more and more excited, and then when it doesn't happen, we're like, well, how are we going to move forward now? We didn't get him.
Right.
And it's like, we're going to be okay.
Yes.
We're going to be okay.
Yeah, and Kings fans, it's interesting. I've been saying it, and we'll get to the phone lines here in a second. I've been saying it, after this past season, there was a lot of disappointment with the organization. 46 wins, not making the playoffs. But the DeMar DeRozan signing/trade has sort of given us a boost, a shot in the arm. You feel that renewed energy from Kings fans. So what say you, Sacramento? 916-339-1140. Are you happy we did not make the Lauri Markanen trade? Let's get to line 2. Our boy Ramsey's been hanging on. Ramsey, you're on with Drapes and CG. What's happening, man?
Just wanted to get back into that quick White Sox A's conversation.
Oh, all right.
Quick.
Bring it on. Who knew that would be a hot button topic today? What's up, man?
First and foremost, if you're the Oakland A's, don't let it be you this week. Don't be the one to let the White Sox get that win. Don't let it be you. But as I've told Jay, and I've probably told you, I have worked for Mr. John Fisher for multiple organizations. I've maybe seen him once or twice in person, and luckily, not saying that I asked for it, luckily I got lucky to get a hello out of him. So if that's what I get being employed by the man, what makes us think we're going to get some form of in-depth interview from him talking about what he wants to do with the A's?
No, you're right,
Ramsey, you're saying. So what you're saying is, you don't be the sad sack team that loses to the worst team in one of the worst teams in the history of baseball.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And my last piece about the A's, as Drapes was saying, possession is 9/10 of the law. You get the A's here to Sacramento, West Sacramento, you got a better shot than anybody does because they're in your city. What you need to do is show and prove, show up, show out, show what Sacramento can do. And if that works after 3 years and something falls through with Vegas, hey, they're still in Sacramento. Where else are they going to go? You've been playing there for this long. Why not build on top of that?
Ramsey, let me ask you real quick.
Mutual party, mutual agreement.
You don't feel any kind of loyalty, allegiances with the city of Oakland? You don't feel a type of way about that?
How can you? In the fact of if they don't want to be there, meaning the organization itself doesn't want to be there, and you're having issues not just with the ownership, but with the city government, what can you do? If there's no cooperation there, you have to find some solution, some common ground. And if it's not there, unfortunately, it's a business decision. And if it's not in Oakland, I'm glad it's still in Northern California rather than being in a different state.
Ramsey, you're right about that.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man. Ramsey, loyal listener to the Drive Guys here on Sacktown Sports 1140, making some great points. Let's get to Mitch on line 1. Mitch, you're on with Drapes and CG. What say you?
How you doing, guys? I'll put my 2 cents in with the White Sox. Is there a Mike Trout coming out? Are they tanking?
That has been a subject of sports talk in Chicago because it seems that way, right? They've had 5, 6, 7-run leads in late in games, and suddenly they're losing. So I think there's a reason to think that, Mitch.
Wow, it's like, and then they give in to that pitcher. I mean, who is he to make the decision? I want pitch. I want extension first. Too much power. That'd be too much for Lauri Markanen. I say go after John Collins. And with that Utah owner, I mean, they have a hockey team coming up. You got so many number 1 picks. They also drafted 3 guys who were first-round talents, at least with the kid from Duke, went 34, and Cody Williams, who I want the Kings to get, and Isaiah Collier. He's got a good team right now. He's a pretty good team. I'm afraid they make one more move, they might be breathing on our backs, but I hope they go after John Collins.
I agree. All right, Mitch. Appreciate it, man. Good call as always. Our boy Mitch calling into the Drive. What do you think about John Collins?
I think I'm with you. I think that would be a great addition, and I think it fits the. Wouldn't be a big money type ad, and I think somebody who is going to fill a lot of needs that would, again, he's not the kind of player that Markkanen is.
Right.
But at the same time, sometimes you said this earlier, you don't need that kind of player. You need somebody that's going to be like, he's going to wipe up the counter over here.
Right.
He's going to clean the dishes over here. He's going to take care of that stuff, and he's going to do it and not without leaving a smudge. He's going to clean it up.
John Collins is the type. You ever been carrying groceries out the car? Hands are full, and the apple might fall out. Well, John Collins is right behind you. I got this. I'm going to help you out.
I got it.
That's what the Kings need right now. 916-339-1140. We'll get to more of your phone calls here. The Kings were this close to getting Lauri Markanen, then the deal fell through. I say that's good news for the Kings. We'll take your calls here on the Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports.
Catch all the action at Sky River Casino. Enjoy over 80 table games, more than 2,100 slot machines, and a thrilling high-limit room. Plus, with 18 elevated restaurants, bars, and lounge destinations, and Sky River rewards that add up and up. There's something for everyone. Just minutes from Sacramento, right off Highway 99 in Elk Grove. Join in the fun and experience new heights. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now's the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Michael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento Summertime Heat is back. And, of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And, as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
I like this.
Like that, Kyle? Jay playing the tunes today.
Oh, yeah. This is nice.
Jay playing the tunes on this Brandon Aiyuk Monday. Jay just sent us a text or a tweet that Coach Yak sent out. Mike Garafolo. I would say we are closer to him, Aiyuk, being traded than staying in San Francisco.
Isn't that interesting?
Where there's smoke, there's usually fire, right?
Yeah.
Or so we think, right? So we're monitoring that situation. If something breaks, of course, you'll hear it here first on Sacktown Sports 1140. Back to Kings talk. We were talking about the Kings and Lauri Markanen, and I said, I'm glad they didn't do that deal, because if you do that deal, first of all, it empties all your assets.
Right.
Your cupboards are bare, and you don't get DeMar DeRozan. Right. You know, we had a caller on, was it Ashley? No, Dwayne, I think it was, who was upset that Monty McNair, hadn't done this, hadn't done that. And here's the thing, Dwayne, and everybody listening out there. You get DeMar DeRozan, now you still have assets to go add and get somebody else. So I don't think the Kings are necessarily done with their roster just yet. They still have some holes. Power forward position we talked about John Collins, who I think we're both fans of, and the fit that he would be.
The apple grabber.
The apple grabber. Yeah. Campio says, I need a house cleaner. Hey, that's what John Collins is, that's man. It. The floors are a little dusty, windows a little dirty, fingerprints on the windows. He comes behind you, cleans it up.
If the Kings, if they come to you and they say to you, you know what, I'm going to give you one of these two guys, all things being equal, we're going to be able to make it work. Do you want DeMar DeRozan? Do you want Lauri Markanen?
I'm taking DeMar.
Absolutely.
I love DeMar.
I'm taking him 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And here's the thing. No offense to Lauri Markanen, but DeMar DeRozan has sustained success throughout his career. Lauri Markanen, you mentioned it, had the one All-Star season. Great season. But outside of that, even in Chicago, he was a disappointment. That's right. Cleveland, they moved off of him. Solid player, but I think for this team, give me DeMar DeRozan.
Agreed.
Let's get to Travis on line 2. Travis, you're on with Drapes and CG, talking Kings basketball. What's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? Thanks for the call. I just was thinking, man, like, you got to ask yourselves, is a reach worth it? I mean, are you going to win a chip with Lauri, or are you going to win a chip with DeRozan? No, but DeRozan was a lot cheaper when it comes to your assets. And you just look at teams that have reached, and it doesn't really get them anywhere. I mean, the main one you can think of is Minnesota. I don't think Minnesota is where they're at because they went out and gave all that away for Rudy. I think it's because Edwards took a leap. And you got to think, if they didn't make that, if they didn't reach like that, what could have they done with all those assets? And I just think the Kings are in a way better spot with getting DeRozan than Markkanen, and I'm excited for the future. That's all I got.
Great call, Travis. Yeah. Appreciate that. And I agree with Travis. You look at the Minnesota Timberwolves, the Rudy Gobert trade. Man, they gave up everything. And people will say, see, it worked. Look at them now.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards is the one that's really making that thing work, right?
That's a team I covered.
Oh, yeah.
When I was
You know
back in
about
Midwest. And that is a team, you want to talk about front office dysfunction.
Yeah.
That is an organization, you know this very well, that has more times than not, many more times than not over the years, made the wrong move.
Yeah.
They've made the wrong draft choice. They made the wrong free agent move, the wrong coach hire, and the wrong GM. They've had a couple of scores in there. But, so that's a team that, I mean, the fact they even got to this point, they're finally kind of going in the right direction.
Right, exactly. But, like Travis said, Anthony Edwards took that leap.
Yep.
Now, for the Sacramento Kings, you bring in a guy like DeMar DeRozan. He's going to get you 20 a night.
No doubt.
He's going to be steady and solid. I believe the Kings' ceiling right now is defined by how great De'Aaron Fox is going to be.
I don't think there's any question.
Really?
About
Okay.
That.
All right. Because some people might say, Drapes, he scored 26 a game and all this.
Oh, no. To me, somebody who has watched the Kings, we have a lot of Kings fans in my building.
Yeah. Yep.
And when I watch the Kings, my eyes, you go to a play and there's 15, 20 people on stage. If it's Shakespeare, there's one person that comes on stage that has it. And they may be upstage left and you see him or her.
Right.
De'Aaron Fox has it. And I'm watching the Kings. I love watching them, but especially for him because he can just take over a game.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not breaking news to you or anybody listening, but he can change a game. He can take a 10-point deficit to a 10-point lead and do it by himself. That, to me, it makes him special. And he is a guy that I think now you add
DeRozan in?
DeRozan, excuse me. And look out.
Right.
I mean, just look out.
Yeah. And it's interesting, too, because as you're talking, I'm thinking, all right, De'Aaron Fox, we need him to be this, and this. Having DeRozan actually is going to help him out.
Oh, yeah.
It's not going to take away shots and opportunities. It might free him up even more.
Mm-hmm.
You won't have two bodies on you.
Mm-hmm.
You won't have a guy waiting at the rim trying to guard you. You might not be number 1, 2, and 3 on the game plan anymore because now you got another 20 to 25 point per game scorer. And so I think, and this is why I think, and Markkanen is a tremendous player. I know that. But I think DeRozan is the type that could fit in any system. And he said it during his introductory press conference. He feels like he could play with anybody. He's sort of a throwback guy.
Yeah.
An old school basketball player. He just likes to hoop.
Yep.
Don't care what the system is. All right, coach, that's what we running. I'm gonna do my thing, no matter what. Whereas I feel like Markkanen, to an extent, needs to kind of be set up a little bit. Isn't just going to go out there and get it himself. And I felt like last year with the Kings, and I've said this time and time again, the Kings at times need people that just says, you know what, shot clock at 6, get out of my way. I'm going to get you a bucket. And that's what DeMar DeRozan is.
Give me the player 100 times out of 100 that can do these two things. 1, catch and shoot. 2, create on his own and get to the bucket and either get a bucket or get a foul or get both. That's the guy that I want. And, a guy that has great court vision, a guy that can move without the ball, that will move without the ball. And DeRozan gives you all that and more.
Yes, he does. Somebody from the 916. My boy Leezy weighing in. Drapes, I'm with you. I like DeRozan over Lauri. Only thing I'm worried about is DeRozan's age, 35 years old. You worried about that?
I'm not. No, not for the next 2 years. I think he's okay. I mean, he's not a long-term deal.
Yeah.
But in terms of the next year or two, I like that. And I like what he's going to bring to that locker room. He's going to bring something. I think he's going to bring some intangibles that will be tangible and that can feed into the younger guys.
Yeah, and the thing about DeRozan, you're right. He takes younger guys under his wing, but he's on a 3-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
DeRozan allows Keegan Murray the opportunity to develop without all the pressure being on him.
Right.
You take DeRozan off this team and it's just Keegan Murray, we're all looking at Keegan. All right, Keegan, I need 20 from you tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Keegan, by year 5, when DeRozan's deal is up, he's a developed player. He's in his prime at 26 years old.
That's right.
And so, the age, yes, that's a thing. But in today's NBA, 35 that's not as bad. Like 20 years ago, it might have been like, dang, he's getting up there in age. But now the dude just averaged 23, 24 a game.
Hey, if you're, we got the Olympics on over there. If you're talking about a swimmer at 35, no, they're not going to do anything.
Right.
But this is the NBA. And, the thing with the Kings is that you look at the roster right now, and that's a pretty darn good roster.
Yes.
There's no reason why there's some things might happen during the season. We don't know yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Family Slagle talking about the Utah Jazz says Jazz fans are knowledgeable. I wonder if they can see through the lack of media to see what is going on. We had Tim Montemayor on earlier, and he sort of like, peeled back the onion, peeled back some layers. I didn't know it was like that in Utah.
No, and he peeled it back, and you could hear a little tinge in his voice, like a little frustration.
Yeah.
And it was just, it was tangible. He peeled that back in a way that I looked at Utah I won't look at Utah the same way after hearing what Tim had to say.
Right, and the thing is, we've been looking, at least I have been looking at Danny Ainge. Like, what are you doing, Danny? When are you going to make this move? You're asking for too much. And it sounds like the owner, Ryan Smith, is really, it's almost like he's sabotaging his own team.
I said to Tim, what is the plan? He said, there is no plan. When he said, he didn't skip a beat. He did, what plan? There is no plan. And that can't be Danny. That's got to be Ryan.
Right.
It has to be.
Yeah, because one thing I know about Danny, having worked in Boston with him too, is he's not a patient guy. Like, he hates to lose. And so if a deal is there to be made, he's not gun shy. He's not, I don't know if I should do this. He's going forward.
He's not good at hurry up and wait.
No, exactly. He's like, it should have been done yesterday.
Right.
And so we'll see what happens tomorrow with Lauri Markanen. And that's the first day that he's allowed to sign an extension with the Utah Jazz. If it happens after tomorrow, he can't be traded for a year. So that's something to keep an eye on. Of course, we'll have that tomorrow as well. Jay, I'm going to take an early break right here because our guy CG, he came in hot. One of the first things he texted me today is, Drapes, have you seen these arena stadium rankings? I'm going to let CG cook coming up here next on the Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Right. Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, July was very good to the A's as they put together their best month since they were 17-9 back in June of 21. And they took advantage of a real quirk in the schedule, playing the Angels 10 times in July, and they went 8-2. And also good series against the Astros and the Phillies, going 2-1 against those two ball clubs as well.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for this $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay to store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing and leasing. Some other offers must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your afternoon home for Kings Talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Back here on the Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports, 1140. Draves and CG, final segment. Sending a shout out to our guy Whitey. Kevin Gleason on vacation in Hawaii. He'll be back on Monday. CG.
Yes, sir.
Holding it down, big fella. How you feeling, man?
It's been great. I love being here. Fun to work with you. Jay is a rock back there.
Yes.
Great guests. Great studio. Just a lot of fun, guys. Plus seeing my boy, my buddy, your boss, Gonzo. Here. It's nice to be back in Sacramento.
Yes, and you're talking about Jay. This dude's been working overtime. The guests that he's booked,
seriously,
Rod Brooks and Tim Montemayor today. Tomorrow, should we let them know who we got tomorrow?
You're the man. It's up to you, but I think you should.
Joe Theismann.
How about that?
Joe Theismann, former Washington QB legend.
You ask him a question, and he's going to give you a meal.
Is he really?
Oh,
okay.
I'm just telling you right now.
I ain't going to have to eat tomorrow.
No,
He'll feed us enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's coming on. Also, Kings 2A player Isaiah Crawford is going to be here in studio tomorrow at 3. We're going to solicit some questions. I think he's going to be a big part of the Kings and could solve some of the issues we have, in terms of depth. He's at 3 o'clock. But I know you wanted to get into this rankings, this list by Brooksgate. They tweeted out every NFL, MLB, and NBA stadium, ballpark / arena ranked. And it's I want to put the caveat out there. It's ranked by the average review rating on Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook.
This is the dumbest thing I have seen in a long, long time. If you want to have something that is relevant,
yes,
do not get people's reviews from Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook. I know coming from a restaurant family in Chicago, Yelp is a landmine waiting to go off.
Yeah.
If somebody goes in and has one bad thing, they are tearing your behind up on Yelp. So when I look at a list of stadiums, I want to hear from people who know stadiums, who go to these stadiums a lot, not Molly from Duluth, who decided to take a visit to a Barclays Center and decided I didn't like the fries, so I'm going to give them a lousy,
little too cold, right?
So you look at this list, and number 1 is Lambeau Field, number 2 PNC Park, number 3 Camden Yards. Okay, so Lambeau Field, I get it. It's a great place. You come out of a neighborhood.
Right.
It's a great place. PNC Park, I get that. Let me go I don't want to bury the lead. Golden One Center.
You got to go way down. I got to scroll down to get to Golden One.
Yeah, Golden One Center. A beautiful arena, a extremely well-built arena, fantastic sight lines in this arena. It's a deafening arena. It's got the kind of roof that you want to have that's going to amplify sound, kind of like old Chicago Stadium, Madhouse on Madison.
Yep.
Golden One Center comes in at number 86, the worst in the NBA and almost the worst on this whole list. Who the hell is putting this list together? Let me tell you something. My favorite basketball arena for sight lines, for crowd, for the overall ambiance is Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis.
Yes, that's a beautiful place.
Love that place. It really pays homage to Indiana basketball. Look at number 28, Dodger Stadium. Forget about whether you like the Dodgers or not. I don't. Dodger Stadium was built in 1964, I believe. That place is as special, gorgeous, and wonderful to visit now as it was.
Really? I haven't been to Dodger Stadium.
They have put so many hundreds of millions of dollars into keeping it relevant. That place is fantastic. By the way, the same person who designed Dodger Stadium designed Old Shea Stadium. And Shea was a dump.
Yeah.
That was a dump. How do you have Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena, one of the most electric arenas in the world, coming in at number 27? And I'm going to look right in the middle of the list. 43, 44, and 45. Ford Field in Detroit, Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte. Those three places are McDonald's hamburgers. Those three places should be no higher than 70. Progressive Field in Cleveland comes in at number 12. What are you kidding me? That is like a gremlin. The old gremlin cars. There's nothing to that place. Great American Ballpark. The only thing missing is the fact that it's not a completely circular park like it used to be, even though it's close with the bleachers out in the outfield. Petco Park, gorgeous place in San Diego, comes in at 19. Ridiculous. Overall, what I don't like about this list is that you don't have people remotely, in my view, qualified. So here's my idea. How about you come out with a list like this of people like yourself, broadcasters, play-by-play guys from the NBA, get play-by-play guys from Major League Baseball, from the NFL and the NHL, and get 5 or 6 or 7 guys from each, and you can rate every stadium in the league.
Yeah.
And because you guys are there, you're at courtside, or you might be a little higher, but you have a feel for every place and what makes each place unique and what makes each place not that special.
Woo, that was a lot. I love it. I like that idea. And you're right, man, because some of these on the list, we talked about Golden One. How about Allegiant Stadium? You been to Allegiant yet?
Oh, absolutely. In Las Vegas.
Yeah, what do you think about that one?
It looks like a Roomba.
It looks like a...
But the seats
inside is great,
place
right?
is great.
It's like 96 or something on the list. 97.
How do you have Allegiant Stadium lined up next to Oakland Coliseum? That is like the same... That's like saying New York City is the same as Visalia. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Visalia, the great central California city that it is. So I went to Yelp because I wanted to see what the problem with Golden One Center that people had. Most of the most recent reviews were good, 4 and 5 stars. I came across one that has 1 star back in September of 2023. So last year, this person says, every time I come here, it's always something that goes wrong, or something that shouldn't have happened. They never actually open the doors on time. The restrooms are always busy and dirty. No way. He didn't go to this Golden One Center.
What's that? That's Wrigley Field.
Right.
That's Fenway Park. With all due respect to those great parks. This
is a hit job, it sounds like. Food and drinks are seriously overpriced. That's pretty much everywhere, though.
Everywhere.
Every arena,
Everywhere.
It's overpriced. He said, last night was the kicker for me. Myself and a lot of other people got kicked out of line in front of some gates with lines not as long before the doors were supposed to open. They should have warned everyone lining up from the beginning that they can't line up in certain lines. But even then, what's the point of having extra security lines if you're not even going to use them? I'm highly dissatisfied with this arena. If I didn't live as close, I'd probably go to events at other arenas. This dude's...
So... My take on that is, number one, is he a Warriors fan?
Right.
But number two, I want to hear from the guy that was with him, because the guy that was with him probably would say to you, hey, Kyle, that's not exactly what happened.
Right.
That's not exact. Because that sounds like the kind of review that somebody goes to Golden One Center and says, well, I thought the beam was going to go higher into the sky, and it didn't go that high, so I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5.
Unbelievable. I don't know, Brooksgate is just a site. They aggregated this, I think,
Ridiculous.
Pulled it from Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook. Let me ask you, what's the best arena, stadium, what have you, that you've ever been? What's your top, Like, if you could go there, is it a Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indy? Or is
for basketball, it would probably be Madison Square Garden just because of the crowd. It's just electric.
Yeah.
For hockey, it's the one that's not there anymore. It's Chicago Stadium.
Really? That was the place?
Yeah, it was only 300,000 square feet, and it seated almost as many as United Center, but it's 1/3 the size. That place was all concrete and steel. You talk to NHL players. I had a lot of NHL players over the years, older ones, former players, and they all, to a man, said there was nothing like playing in Chicago Stadium.
Right.
College football, you want to bring that into it? I'm biased to Neyland Stadium in Tennessee. The Swamp down in Florida. I hate the Gators, but LSU. And in the NFL, you can't beat Lambeau Field. I mean, you really can't. Allegiant Stadium, I'm with you there. I love that. I think that place is great. But there's just so many stadiums today, and you see them all, that are carbon copies of the other.
Yeah.
Is that a reference that's too much for the young kids? The carbon copy?
They're like, what's that?
Yeah,
right?
but they all look a little bit too much alike. You know, when you go to crypto.com arena, which I'll never get used to saying that, it bothers me. I'm curious what you think about it. It bothers me that you got the plush seats below, 3 levels of luxury suites, and then the real fans are somewhere near Mexico.
You know, I will say this, and I've noticed that. I know exactly what you're talking about. It doesn't bother me because I'm not up there.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Like if I was a fan that had to be up there, it's like, why do you got 3 levels of suites or whatever it is? Yeah. It's like, but I actually got crypto, Staples, or whatever we want to call it, a little higher up.
Okay.
Because of the celebrity factor.
Okay.
I like walking in and seeing Jack Nicholson and Denzel and, Andy Garcia. Like, I got my head on the swivel. I'm looking at everybody.
You know what they say? You know what Jack Nicholson says? He goes, look at that. That's Kyle Draper right there.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, no, I'm joking with you. No, but, it's funny. I used to work in Boston, and I've told this story before, and you'll get a kick out of this. They used to always make fun of Laker fans. They're like, oh, they care more about who's in the stands than who's on the court playing. They're always looking at the celebrities. One time, Jay-Z and Beyonce came to a Boston Celtics game in TD Garden. They were the show.
Off the hook,
People
right?
forgot all about the Celtics, the score of the game. It's because in Boston, you get Marky Mark and, people like that, but you don't get B-level.
Yeah.
So when you get an A-level star, you got to look. You got to look. And so
that makes sense.
Yeah. Crypto, Staples, what have you. I actually like the location. Usually we stay right downtown.
Location's great.
Yeah. I could just walk.
Location's great. Yeah.
They built it up around there. And so, no, I'm with that. Worst stadium, I got to go down to San Francisco. Chase Center. It's not the same since leaving Oracle. Right. Oracle used to be the spot.
That place was it.
It had character. Yes. You could feel it.
You could feel it. And they've lost something. You've talked to all the Bay Area writers as I have. They've lost something since going to Chase.
Yes. It used to be a tremendous home court advantage in there. You had some diehards, people who have been day one. Now it's corporate. You go to Chase, it's corporate.
Hot take for you?
Yes.
Most overrated baseball park? Here it comes. Wrigley Field.
Ooh.
Lower level sight lines are terrible.
I was going to say Fenway Park.
That's right, number 2.
They're both those, right? We're both
going
to say. All right, Jay, what we got coming up next? Infinity Radio coming up next here on Sacktown Sports 1140. CG, great stuff. As always, we'll be back tomorrow. Joe Theismann at 2:30. So you want to make sure you tune in right from the jump. We're going to have the great Joe Theismann as we get you ready for Niners football here on Sacktown Sports 1140. That's the drive, guys. Drapes and CG. We'll see you tomorrow at 2.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go.